Welcome back to Hangar 51. It's our Thursday night live stream, and we got a lot to talk about tonight. So let's wait and see who comes in the room, and we'll see somebody's here. We've got one lurker. Two lurkers. Hello, lurkers. Welcome to the show. Hey, Deuces Wild. Good to see you. All right, so there's three in the room. Two lurkers and Deuces. Who else is coming? Uh-oh, two left already. Hey, Craig, how you doing? Good to see you. So the two lurkers left, and now we've got two in the chat room, and they're both talking. Good to see you guys. So what do you think of my new monstrosity? Michael! Good to see you, buddy. All right, so you got, okay, so two of you left, and I don't know what's going on tonight. Raptor Cam is frozen for some reason. I don't know why. Hell, it looks like I'm frozen. What the hell? No dropped frames. Everything looks good, but yet I look like I'm... Oh, there it goes. Okay, we're working again. Thank you, Michael. Yeah, it's definitely beautiful, and I got a lot to tell you about it. So I guess you didn't check out the video earlier. I did a unboxing. Yes, it's huge. So I'll tell you what, guys. I have to go use the bathroom. Been having some trouble today. So you guys hold down the fort for a minute. When everybody comes in the room, just let them know I'll be right back. And then we're going to talk about this big, beautiful baby of mine. The good, the bad, the ugly. Yeah, well, everything on Banana Hobbies is Blitz RC Works. I mean, they don't... You know, they put it under their own brand, which is Blitz. You know, Blitz RC. But it's made by LX Models. It's the same company that makes this one here. This Lanixing, something like that. I don't know how to pronounce it, but yeah, LX for short. And yeah, that's it. I mean, you know, the B-25 that they sell, this, the B-2, there's a lot of planes. This company makes a lot of really, really cool birds. But, and we're going to discuss that in a minute here. We're going to talk about this in depth and everything, but I gotta go use the bathroom because I've been kind of sick today. So you guys hold down the fort. Let everybody know that comes into the room. Hey, where's Kenny? Let him know where I am. I'll be right back, and then we'll get on with the show. Okay, I'm back. Okay, 14 in the room. Oh, wow, that's fantastic. Thank you, guys. Super cool. So welcome, everybody. First of all, I want to tell you, thanks for all the comments that you guys watched the video. Yeah, I really appreciate that. It's just good to see you guys, you know, are following along with the enthusiasm that you have. It's fantastic. So thank you so much. Really appreciate that. And listen, guys, don't ever apologize for missing the show. Listen, I know life gets in the way. You know, we all have lives and things happen and you can't make the show. You don't have to apologize for it. You know, I know you want to be here, and, you know, when things get in the way, things get in the way. So don't ever think you need to apologize, guys. Just, you know, I understand. And when you guys don't apologize in the morning or when you comment, just say, great show, you know, wish I'd have been there, or, you know, but don't think you have to say you're sorry. It's not a problem. I know life happens and things happen, and, you know, unfortunately none of us are making a living with this hobby. So anyway, hey Josh, good to see you. What is that? What's your show was more popular? Good one, Josh. My show is more popular when I'm in the crapper. You're right. I just lost 4 viewers. I should go back in the crapper. Oh, God, you guys kill me. Okay, so let me explain a few things about LX models, about Banana Hobbies, and about the actual construction of this airplane. So, first off, LX Models has been around for a long time, and you guys have seen their planes. You just don't know you're looking at their planes. That big B-25 that everybody loves, that Rich Baker did on his show, RC Informer, you know, he flew it. He did some great flight videos. He did a great build video, unboxing video on that plane. Same company. For you guys that don't know it, that's actually what's it called? The Pacific Princess or something like that. That's Kermit Weeks' B-25 over here at Fantasy of Flight. They actually did a copy of his real B-25, and so if you want to see the real thing, it's right over here in Florida. I haven't seen it in person yet, and when all the times I was over there, the plane was somewhere else. Kermit has several hangars all around the country, and he keeps planes. He doesn't have them all in one basket. After the big storm down in Fort Lauderdale, when he lost a bunch of airplanes, you know, he don't keep them all in one place anymore. So they're all spread out. So the B-25 was not at Fantasy of Flight when I was over there. I've been over there like 6 or 7 times, but it was years ago, and now the plane's here. So, but anyway, that's the big B-25 that Wes wants really bad, trying to talk, you know, Rich Baker to, you know, give it to him or sell it to him or whatever, and they make that B-2 that was on Josh's show last night. That's also made by LX Models. I also have that one. They make a lot of models, a lot of jets, a lot of models, a lot of warbirds. The folding wing Corsair that Photon had mentioned in the comments. Yeah, that's the plane I had. That's the plane I bought from General Hobbies. You can buy this from General Hobbies. Right now, this is $491 from General Hobbies plus shipping. And the sale's off. It was on yesterday. The sale's off today. It was on sale for $420 free shipping at Banana. It's back up to $469, but still free shipping from Banana. So So that's a little bit about LX and Banana Hobbies. There's two things about Banana Hobbies. First of all, they're very, very nice people. I know we've all had problems with Banana if you've dealt with them. I have too. But your protection at Banana is just to make sure you use PayPal. If you don't have a PayPal account, get one, because it's guaranteed protection for you, okay? I've gotten 3 free airplanes from Banana only because they're unwilling to fix a problem. Not that they don't want to fix it, but I guess they just don't have somebody in charge enough to fix it. They always contact me. They're always very polite. You know, we're sorry you had a problem with the plane. You know, what can we do to fix it? I tell them, and they say, sure, we'll take care of that. No problem. But if you could just send us the money because your bank took the money back. No, PayPal took the money back. And I say, listen, I've dealt with you before, and you're always nice, but you never come through. So just send me what I need to fix the airplane, and I'll be glad to send you the money. It's that simple. But I'm not going to send you the money first because you guys keep dropping the ball. And they say, oh, okay, well, we'll get those parts out to you. And then they never send me the parts. So I end up, you know, paying a little bit of money to fix the airplane, but I got the plane for free. So that's your protection against Banana. You know, they're much nicer to deal with than Hobby King. I can promise you that. And they will, you will get your money back. You know, PayPal will get the money back, and you will, you know, you won't be out anything if they don't come through. Now, this plane arrived, so far I don't see, I mean, there's a little bit of damage, nothing I'm going to send it back for. It's very minor. So, it's not a problem. So, I'm not going to send it back. I'm very happy with the plane. So 21 in here. Listen, I'm not going to shout all your names. I see everybody here. I'm watching your comments. You know, I know you're all here. Thank you so much for being here, guys. It's great to see you. I've been so anxious to share this with you guys. That's why I did that video last night. I uploaded it today when I left for work. When I got home from work, I posted it. You guys, at least 16 of you, have watched the video and commented, and I really appreciate that. Thank you. And you have some questions. And is John here? John Hill, are you here yet? Because you posted something about your A10. I think I have the solution for you. Maybe we'll discuss it. If you're not here yet, we'll discuss it when you get here. So here are some of the things about LX planes that the good, bad, and the ugly. The bad is that they use a foam that is more like, it's supposed to be EPO foam, but it feels more like those styrofoam coolers that you buy that are real cheap. It's very dense and hard foam. So it doesn't have any squish to it. Like for instance, if you have an FMS plane, you know, that foam has a rubbery texture to it, you know, a squishy little bit. You know, you can squish it and it comes back. If you dent this stuff, it ain't coming back. I mean, it's just hard foam. I don't know what their process is, you know, why it's EPO foam, but yet it's so damn hard. And it's not like HSD's hard foam. Their hard foam is dense. It's really dense, but it's still squish. And the easiest way I can explain it is on this plane, when you tighten down a horn on the surfaces, the control surfaces, if it gets loose from, you know, torquing it or whatever, it gets loose. I've never had any of my planes from FMS get loose. You know, it'll take the hit, and the springiness of the foam comes back, and I never have to readjust it. These get floppy loose. You have to retighten the screws, and every time you retighten the screws, it's squashing the foam more and more each time you do it. So it's just it's a different kind of foam. So hanger rash is permanent on this thing. You can't use a heat gun or anything, hot water. It ain't coming back. You just have to fill it, sand it, paint it. That's just how it's going to be with this kind of foam. So that's kind of a downside. You know, it's not going to take hanger rash well. I'm reading Dave's comments before it scrolls off this. So you think they're adding more plastic to the EPO? Well, maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't really know what the formula is. I know how they inject it. I don't know if you've watched on YouTube. They have a couple of videos out there where they show them in these big machines injecting the foam and popping out fuselages, and it's pretty neat. But as far as, you know, the mixture of the foam they're using to create it, I have no idea. I haven't watched that close enough or paid that much attention. So so that's the downside to these planes. There's some more downsides I'll get to in a second. The upside is their stuff flies great. I mean, they definitely have an aeronautical engineer designing this shit, because it flies fantastic. I'm sure this is, the videos watched, it looks like it flies fantastic. My LX, the A10, flies beautiful. I haven't flown the B2 yet, but I'm sure it'll fly beautiful. I have another plane from LX, but I can't think of what it is at the moment, and it flies beautiful. So, yeah, it's, you know, their stuff, you know, flies good, for sure. I'm not crazy about this denser foam, because it's dense and it's not really, I mean, you can repair it, but you gotta, it's a lot of work to repair it. You gotta do the fill, sand, and paint fix, not just heat it up with some water and it comes back. But they make such beautiful airplanes, like that folding wing Corsair, and you know, just the B2 I have is beautiful. My God, that thing's beautiful. The detail on this stuff's fantastic. They just do things a little different. Now, I haven't really looked at the landing gear in this to see how it's mounted, because the doors are closed and you can't open them. And this is one of the downsides to this model I don't like, and they do it on everything. Everything is, like Bombay doors, the retract doors, everything is sprung loaded to open, okay? Automatically open. And then they use a piece of string. I'm sure it's some kind of thread, and it seems pretty tough. But that's how they close everything. Every door, everything that's operated on these models is done with a string. They poke a hole through the foam, and they put the string through like a tie, a little plastic tie, a 3-hole tie, where they go in, out, in, and then it's, you see that thing sitting up against the foam, and then it's not adjustable. They adjust it at the factory, and that's what you end up with, and that's it. And a horrible idea, you know, it's a stupid way to do it, but that's how they do all their models. So I don't like that about the model. And this one's done the same way. The landing gear on their jets are horrible. Now the landing gear in this, it looks very good. It's an oleo suspension. It's good, springy. I don't know how it's mounted in the wing yet. Like I said, the doors are closed and I haven't opened them. So I don't know. We'll get to that, because I'm going to do the build video, and I'll cover all that in the build video. But, and there are other planes, now this plane's got huge wheels on it. So again, they got it right on this one, but all their jets, they use these tiny, tiny little wheels. There's no way you're flying their stuff off grass. So, I mean, you can, but I tried, and this just came right out of the airplane. This is the nose gear out of the A10. All plastic. The only thing that's metal is the screw jack that retracts it. Everything else is all plastic. There's not a screw in it to put it in the airplane. They just glued it to the painted foam. So it just tore right out, you know, on takeoff roll. I hit a clump of grass, and it just took it out of the airplane, and the whole flight it was doing this. So just, you know, like I said, some of their shit's garbage, and then some of their stuff's cool. I mean, the plane itself, the A10, is beautiful. The detail on it is wonderful. The execution, not so much. So, just giving you the good, bad, and the ugly about LX models. I can't help myself. I've been wanting this plane, like some of you guys had mentioned. I've been wanting this plane for a long time. And it was just too expensive. I want that B-25 too, but again, just too expensive. This thing was on sale for $420, and that was close enough that I had to buy it. So this is one of my favorite airplanes, you know, since I was 8 years old. I built a plastic model that I meant to bring out here. It's laying on my 3D printer in the house, and I was going to bring it out here to show it to you. Same camo scheme. I did the very similar pink camo scheme when I painted it. It's a Flying Tiger, just like this is supposed to be. I've got the Flying Tiger decal here. This is a slightly different one. Mine's got a V on the back of it and no Uncle Sam top hat on it. But these have that top hat. Now, they have the Chinese star in here, which is what's supposed to be on the fuselage and the wing, is the Chinese star if it's a Flying Tiger. And they put the American star on it. So, again, small little details, not a big deal. Definitely not a deal breaker. I'm very happy with this airplane. I expect it to fly wonderfully. I'm going to have to be very careful. When I put this in the car, I ain't going to be able to put anything else in the car with it. This is going to be a once and done kind of thing. You know, you put it in the car by itself, and don't put airplanes next to it, because it's just going to, if anything rubs up against it, it's going to tear this up, and then it's, like I said, it's a major job to fix it. So, other than that, I wanted to show you this, because it's hard to tell on camera just how big this thing is. So I'm going to give you a little comparison here. You're going to laugh at this. So, this is the tail feathers to the Avanti. Okay? Y'all all seen an Avanti. Y'all know how big the Avanti is. That's the horizontal stab. And here's the horizontal stab to this thing. So, yeah, there's the difference. Maybe it might show up better this way. I don't know. But, yeah. So, that's how big this damn thing is. Okay? An Avanti horizontal stab and the P-40 horizontal stab. So, yeah, this thing is huge. And that's why I wanted it. You know, well, that and the fact that it's a P-40, and I love P-40s. So I wanted to just give you that little demo there. It's pretty funny. It's just amazing how big this thing is. So, so let's see. What is that? Yeah, too bad they didn't. Yeah, too bad they didn't let me put the decal. Yeah, the only decal they gave me to put on is the Flying Tiger one. Everything else is already on it, and this is the only thing they left me to put on. So it's an optional if you want to make it a Flying Tiger or not. Technically, it's the wrong. You know, the stars are wrong. It's supposed to be a Chinese airplane. But I'm going to put the decal on anyway. I don't care. Not that worried. Definitely not a deal breaker. So, so I see photons here. Yep. So yeah, I know you wanted this plane too, and you've been looking at it, and yeah, I just had to do it. I had to buy it. I couldn't pass it up. Yeah, actually, some of the parts of this plane, I think this horizontal stab is bigger than your Hangar 9 stab, only because it's a Mustang to a P-40. But yeah, your wingspan's bigger. I have that plane too, by the way. Not the Hangar 9. Which version is yours, Dave? What's the paint scheme? I have the Top Flight. Big Beautiful Doll giant scale P-51. I haven't talked about it because I'm not in a position to put it together or buy any of the things I need to make it fly, but it's brand new in the box. A buddy of mine gave it to me. He bought it dirt cheap at a going out of business sale, and he's never going to fly it. So he gave it to me for doing some work on his stuff, and Yeah, even when Photon's not here, he's here. Yeah, so well, see now, you know, you're right, Photon. I was on the fence. Let's $399, $420, because I want them both. You know, this is bigger, but I've been wanting that Corsair for years, and I bought it. And, you know, I finally bought it. I had it here, but it came broken. I bought it from General Hobbies. One of you guys asked, is there some place to buy it other than Banana? Yeah, you can buy it from General Hobbies, but that guy's a bigger jerk than Banana. I mean, literally, it came broken. The hinges were on the flaps were broke off. They're the same hinges that are on this. The round barrel with the, you know, the steel pin that it hinges on. So you just drill holes into foam and you slide the little, it's got a knurling on it. So you put a little glue on it, you stick it in the hole, you make sure it's bending the right way, and then you know, and they were broken. And he tells me to use packing tape to fix it. That was his solution. So I sent the damn thing back. But I had the Corsair here at my house on my bed. I was farting around with it, playing with it, and I found the broken stuff. I immediately contacted him, and all I wanted him to do, it was the same as this center section. The flaps were not split flaps like this, but the 3-section flaps, like on any Corsair. And the two flap sections that were on the center section of the wing were broke completely off. And I just wanted him to send me a new center section. I would have sent that one back to him, and he declined. He said, no, just send me the whole plane back. Okay. So I sent it back. And then Banana, and I paid $430 for that plane from General Hobbies. And then Banana had it on sale for $399. So, you know, I could have bought it even cheaper than I did from him, but this was the better deal. There was more money off on this plane than that Corsair. So I pulled the trigger on this one. I already have 5 Corsairs. I don't have any P40s. None that fly. I got a couple of static model P40s, but nothing that flies. So I figured this time around, going with this one. But I'll have that Corsair one day for sure. I definitely want that thing. But yeah, Photon, at $399, you should have bought it, because it's beautiful. I mean, it was absolutely beautiful, just like this. You know, it's still the crappy construction, but that had good gear in it like this. You know, substantial landing gear that wasn't, you know, cheesy crap like that plastic crap that was in the Bomber. Or the Warthog, I mean. But yeah, you should have done it. I mean, man, that was a screaming deal, $399. Free shipping. Years ago, they had it on sale for $330, but you had to pay the shipping. And I think it came out to more than $399. It was like 70-some bucks shipping from California to here because of how big the model is. But, yeah, so it's a very, very cool airplane. I'm very, really excited. Can't wait to fly it, to get it. I'm going to build it tomorrow. Now, Rich Baker, if you've ever watched his video on building the B-25, there's some prep work you got to do, gluing this together, like this, for instance. You got to sand all this paint off in the groove here. You got to. I'm going to use some nail files, you know, the disposable throwaway no, you don't suck, Photon. I mean, you know, listen, it's tough to throw that much money at a foam airplane. I know. You know, you wouldn't believe. I had 3 planes from Banana. All 3 were from Banana. This, the Corsair, and that J-10 jet, the HSD jet. This was the best deal because it was the most money off at the time, and that's what pushed me into this over the other 2. The only reason the jet is a screaming deal. It's an HSD 105 millimeter fan jet, complete, for $450, and it was on sale for $420. So I mean, that was a really good deal too. But You know, I had to pick one. I couldn't buy them all. And any one of them would have been a good choice. Honestly, I can't say any one of the three would have been a bad choice. Quality-wise, the HSD plane was going to be the best, for sure. I mean, the landing gear and everything on that is so cool. It's unbelievable. So I wanted that jet, but then I thought, well, okay, how much am I going to fly it? Where am I going to fly it? And I thought, you know, really probably the only place I'm going to fly it is at Jet Jam. And I don't want to buy a plane that I'm only going to fly once a year at one particular event. I know I'll fly the hell out of this. So I pulled the trigger on this one. But again, getting back to this, so you got to sand all this paint out of the foam here, because if you glue the paint pulls off and it falls apart, literally. So I got to, you know, so tomorrow, not here, this doesn't get sanded because you don't glue here, but here to this edge right here, this mates up to the wing when you put the wing on. But in the groove, you know, all of that's got to be sanded on both halves. So when I glue it together, it's sticking directly to the foam and not the paint. So that's some of the prep I have to do to glue the fuselage together tomorrow. I think that's the only thing that has to be glued. Now the wings are pretty cool, actually, because what they have is there's set screws. There's plastic receivers in both halves of the wing. Both thirds of the wing, I guess, because it's 3 pieces. But see this plastic, and most of the time you have to glue these in, but this model they came already glued in. This plastic piece you have to slide into the slot here, and then it's got this round plastic pin with a groove in it. Okay? So in the main part of the wing, the center section, there's a set screw in another piece of plastic similar to this, a receiver that this slides into. You back the screw out, you slide this until it seats against the other part of the wing, and then you tighten the screw back up, and the screw goes into that little notch to secure the wing on. It ain't coming off. So it's a pretty good idea. You know, it's not a bad system. And it makes it removable if you want to take the wing apart. I don't want to take the wing apart. I'm just going to take the wing off the airplane to put it in the car. I'm not taking the wing apart. To be honest, I don't think the plastic things is a bad idea, but I think continuously taking it apart is a bad idea. Yes, Blitzo, this is the Banana P40 by LX Models. And you can also buy it from General Hobbies, but after the dealing I had with General, I absolutely buy it from Banana. Much better place to deal with. Oh, you did buy the HSD J10? Did you really? The big one, the 105 millimeter one, Photon? Yeah, you definitely want to watch Rich Baker's. He's got 3 videos on that. Well, he's got more than 3 videos, but he's got an unboxing, a build, and then a couple of flight demos of that plane. So, yeah, it's a very cool plane, that J10. That's the one I was hinting around that I had on in my shopping cart, ready to pull the trigger on it. And that was the one, because even at $450, it was a buy for sure. And then they, you know, for Christmas or Black Friday, they discounted this stuff down, and then it made me have choices. so I had to make a choice. Yes, this is a 6L plane. Yep, flies on a 6S. They recommend a 4000. I'll be flying it with a 4500, close enough. The plane's light. You know, considering the size of it, it's going to have very, very light wing loading. If you watch any of the videos of the guys flying them, I mean, it's in the air in 20 feet, just like my Mustang. You know, it just leaps off the ground. You can tell it's light. So, yeah, it's not going to have any trouble carrying a big battery. It's only an 80 amp speed control, which made me thought, for a minute there, I thought, is this only a 4-cell plane? Because an 80 amp is usually not 6-cell. but the load's going to be low on this. It's not a jet, so. Like, I need you guys to hit the like button. If you do, your dreams will be. Dave, I love you so much. Oh my God, you're so funny. God, where's the like button? Let me hit it. So let's see. What else can I talk about on this plane? What you guys got? More questions? It's a 6-cell plane. Yes, yes, it's from Banana Hobbies. Yes, it's LX models. If you weren't here a few minutes ago, listen. The way to deal with Banana Hobbies is very simple. I'll say it again. I already said it once, but some of you guys just got here. Make sure you have PayPal. If you've got PayPal, you're golden. Because when you buy from Banana Hobbies, they have nobody there that's taking care of emails and what's the word I'm looking for? Problems from PayPal. So PayPal notifies them that there's a claim filed, and they have 10 days to respond. They never respond in 10 days, and PayPal automatically gives you your money back. Okay, so now you've got the plane, and you didn't pay anything for it. Now, Banana's going to contact you, and they're going to be very, very nice. They are super nice. And they're going to say, we're sorry you had a problem with your plane. What can we do to make it right for you? And you tell them what you need, and they say, okay, no problem. We'll be glad to take care of that for you. But your bank has, pulled the money back. Could you please forward us the money again? And my response has always been to them, listen, I've had dealings with you before, and you don't always come through with what you say you're going to do. So, please send me the pieces I need to make the plane right. And then if you do that, I'll be happy to send you the money. 3 times they have not sent me the parts, so I got the planes for free. I've gotten 3 free airplanes. It's not that I'm trying to screw them. I know, I had a dealing with the very first, well, it wasn't the first plane I bought, but very early on, 6 years ago, I bought that FMS, it's made by HSD, the Sky Trainer, the Cessna 182 Sky Trainer. It's sold under a lot of names. FMS sells it too, but it's actually made by HSD. And I bought it from Banana, and it didn't come with a receiver. Well, then it did come with a receiver, but the receiver was used, and they said, no problem, we're going to send you a whole new radio. Then they sent me the wrong radio, because it was supposed to be a 6-channel radio with all the dual rates and everything, and they sent me a 5-channel radio that had nothing. And so I've already had some dealings with them. So, it's not that I'm trying to screw them. And I tell them, listen, I've held dealings with you before. You haven't come through with what you say you're going to do. I'll be happy to send you the money after you send me what I need to make the plane right. So send me what I need, and I will send you the money. And they never send it. I don't know if they forget. I don't know if they just don't want to call the manufacturer to ask for, the broken wing that, came in the mail or whatever. I don't know what their deal is. But at least you're not going to be out the money with a broken airplane. You're going to have a broken airplane, you're going to get your money back, and then you can either spend money to fix it, or throw it in the trash can, or sell it, or whatever you want to do with it. But, where are you going, farmer? What, do you got to go plow snow or something? Where are you going? My God, it's early. It's 9:47. Where are you going? Anyway, so that's, for me, very different than my dealings with Hobby King. Hobby King is right on PayPal, and they make a big stink, and they turn it into a big fight, and it's not so simple with Hobby King, and they never come through. So that's why I don't buy from Hobby King anymore. But Banana I have no problem with. They're always polite. They're super nice. Even Rich Baker says that. You know, if you've watched his videos talking about banana hobbies, he likes them too. You know, they're very pleasant people to deal with, very nice, very, very polite. Unfortunately, they dropped the ball, and that's what's costing them the money. I mean, literally, if they wouldn't drop the ball, they would make me a happier customer, and they would get paid. But I still buy from them. I buy a lot of glue from them, and they have a good deal on epoxy and stuff like that. You know, I don't spend a lot of money there, but according to my account there, I've spent $1,300 at Banana. You know, I've probably spent 5 times that at Motion. But yeah, I've spent $1,300 at Banana in planes and glue and stuff. So, you know, I'm not their best customer, but, you know, I don't mind dealing with Banana, even though I've had issues. You know, I haven't had any kind of trouble, the kind of trouble I've had with Hobby King. That's why I'm done with Hobby King. It's just, you know, I just get too upset. You know, just the lies and the bullshit and it just drags on and on and on, and I can't deal with it anymore. So that's why I don't buy from Hobby King. So Mitchell Farley's here. Welcome. It's good to see you back. I'm going to say welcome to everybody. Flying Tiger, Josh, Blitzo, Phantom, Pilot Ryan. Good to see you. Captain Photon, Michael, Raja. I hope I said that right. Who else is in here? You know, it's great to see all you guys. You know, we're 29 people. It's fun, fantastic. 18 likes. Love you guys. Just love you guys. So anyway, so that's the where we are with this. I'm gonna do. I'm not gonna do a live stream on the build. I'm gonna do a build video. I don't know if I'll get that done tomorrow, but it'll be up sometime this week, and you'll see how it went together and the final. I probably am going to clear coat this one for you guys to keep talking about my painting, only because they use a very brittle water transfer, these decals, and they tend to peel off. You know, if you stick your hand on it and hold it there too long, the sweat from your hand will delaminate the decal and it'll come off on your hand. It'll stick to your thumb or your finger and pull right off the airplane. So you got to be very careful with these decals. So for that reason, I'm probably going to clear coat this plane to seal the decals into the plane. I already have to do a little touch-up work around a couple of them. But yeah, I'm probably going to clear coat it just to seal in these decals to keep them on the plane. My no-step decals keep coming off the A10 right and left. Excuse me, I wish I'd have clear coated that. Yeah, I know, but the problem is particularly on this particular plane, if it was just a screw together, I would. But this is a very complicated build. Not only do I have to sand all the areas on the two fuselage halves to glue it together, but like this wooden box for the motor, okay? Right off the bat, I can see that it's not even glued together well because it's falling apart. So I'm going to have to re-glue the box. Then you have to set the box in the plane. So what I'm going to have to do is bolt the motor to the box, bolt the spinner and the propeller to the motor, so I have an assembly, big spinner, motor, box, have the cowling on the front of the plane, and then I'm going to have to, you know, and this is offset and already gives you the right thrust to counter the left torque. And you have to set this in the plane and set the depth. And then once you get the depth set, you got to, you know, it's got to sit there and glue and dry. And it's an extra step that, you know, a 9-screw F4 Phantom it's way more work than that. So for that reason, I'm not going to do live. There's just too much prep work, too much extra work on these models that you have to do. None of the control horns are on the wing, the center section, or the tail feathers. They are on the wing thirds. You know, they've already got the control horns, the servo arms, the little connecting rod. All that's already done on there, but everything else is not done. So I'm going to have to do all of that. It's going to be several hours building this, and I don't want to do a lot. I'm going to need to edit it, you know, and I might do something with these guns because I don't like, you know, the scaleness of these guns is terrible, and one of them's damaged anyway. So I'm thinking I might put some, like I did on my P-47. I might actually get some brass tubing and put tubing in each one of these to look like a real gun barrel sticking out instead of these plastic simulated. So I don't know if I'm going to do that yet or not, but that might be something else I do. Yeah, there's not enough room in here to build it. I got to build it on my bed in the bedroom. There's no way. I just don't have room. It's this is a very small little room, and I just don't have room for it in here. And when I get the new hangar built, yeah, that's going to change everything. You know, we got plenty of room then. Oh yeah, I could make it happen for sure, Michael. Yeah, if I did a Mitchell, I'm sorry, not Michael, Mitchell. Yeah, I could do a 7-hour show and build it, but I don't want to. You know, because if something goes wrong, I'm gonna start cursing like a sailor, and you know, I don't want to do it. I'll just do a nice edited vision, because you got to remember, it's not just you guys that are gonna watch this video. That video will be up for years, like Rich's B-25 build, and it's got, you know, tens of thousands of views, and I don't want a 7-hour view. You know, I'm going to make it so people want to watch it, you know, if they make them interested in buying this plane. So it's a little bit different. You know, I know I'm the marathon man, but I'm just not going to, I want to do this a little better than that, but thank you. I appreciate the thought, Mitchell. And I can go 7 hours tonight if you guys want to, because I don't have to go to work tomorrow. So, so we're good tonight. Now, I thought we're recap on that quickly. I work at AutoZone, but not for much longer. I just got hired to O'Reilly Auto Parts today. So I'm going to be giving my notice tomorrow to my boss, giving my 2 weeks notice, and we'll be heading to O'Reilly's. But I'm helping them put a brand new store up, AutoZone, at a different location that's not where I normally work. And oh, we can do Rafter Cam. I don't know if it's still frozen or not, but we can try. So we didn't get the CO today. You know, the county came and inspected, but they didn't give us a CO, so we're not allowed to put we're ready to put the inventory in the building. We put all the rack. We walked in the building Monday morning. There was nothing in the building. Nothing. Walls and a floor. There was nothing in the building. Today, everything's in the building except the inventory. All the racks, the shelves, the battery rack, the oil racks, all the display rack, everything's up. All the little tags are on it. We're ready for inventory. But the fire marshal came today to do an inspection on the fire, and it passed. But the county has not given us a CO to be in the building, so we can't start putting inventory in. So they told everybody not to come into work tomorrow until they hear from us, or not till 1 o'clock. Well, I was going to have to get off early tomorrow anyway for a Christmas party, my ex's Christmas party at her work. So I was only going to be there for 2 hours if I went, because I was going to get off at 3. So I'm just not going, and I have to work tomorrow. So I'm going to be building this all day tomorrow. At the moment, Steven, you can't support the channel other than I can put up a page. I mean, I can do a Patreon page, but you know, listen, I'm only 28 subscribers away from the promised land. You know, get your wives, your friends, your relatives, you know, anybody. They don't have to hit the bell. They don't have to get notified. Just tell them to subscribe. You know, 28 people is all I need. So all of you guys, just get one of your friends that isn't even interested in the hobby just to subscribe. Tell them not to hit the bell, and then they'll never even know they're subscribed. You know, they'll never get a notification. You know, that's one of the things that YouTube did that I do like. Before, when I started my channel back in 2014, when you subscribed, you automatically were getting notified. It was once and done. You know, you hit the subscribe button, and now you're getting notifications. Now you can subscribe and not get notifications if you don't want to. So you can actually subscribe to somebody's channel and never know another thing about the channel if you don't want to. But if you want to, then you hit the bell and you get notifications. So they gave you some options there. It's a cool thing. But yeah, I just need 28 more people, and I'm there. And then we can, you know, do super chats, and you can send me money through the channel or whatever. But I was gonna wait till I got to the 1,000 subscribers to start a Patreon page, but I think I'm just gonna go ahead and start it anyway. And then you guys can support me there, and I would very much appreciate that. It would be wonderful if you guys could help me out a little bit, because I don't have money for this. I didn't tell the wife, ex-wife, what I paid for this. She knew I bought it, but I didn't tell her how much it was. But I have an out, because she already knew I bought the Corsair, and I sent it back. And this was cheaper than the Corsair. So if she does say anything, I'm just going to say, well, hey, you know, I sent the Corsair back to buy this. So it was a wash. She doesn't know I bought all those other planes. So, shh. Anyway, so what else do you guys want to know? Anything about this plane? Anything about the other planes? Well, anything about Tyrannus Radio? What do you guys want to talk about? Because I'm excited tonight. I can't tell you how excited I am about this airplane. Because, man, I've been wanting this thing as long as, you know, they came out with it. You know, I think it was 5 or 6 years ago. And they've improved it since then. So now it's even better than it was. Yes, okay, I'll give you the Reader's Digest version of that. We got married in 1999, December 31st, 99, or maybe it was 2000. We were arguing about that the other day, and I can't remember. Maybe it was 2000. So we were married for, I think, 9 years. And I don't know what happened. She got a wild bug up her butt and wanted a divorce. And we didn't have a fight. I didn't cheat on her. Nothing happened. It was just she wanted... And she's on some medication. She doesn't have a thyroid. She's supposed to take her thyroid medicine, and she doesn't. And when she doesn't, she turns into Dave when he did his show the other night. So... and she forgets everything she said, you know. And then we have arguments about what we were fighting about. She said it never happened, and you know, I want to videotape to show her it did happen. But so anyway, we didn't have a fight or anything. She just decided it was time to go, and I don't know if she did that just to like get a reaction out of me or something. But so she moved out. I immediately started dating another girl. Not that it was somebody I was in love with. She hurt me. You know, I really love my ex-wife, and she really hurt me. So I wanted to piss her off. So I started dating this big fat girl just to piss her off. And it did. It really pissed her off. She wanted back. She was begging me, you know, to come back. And I said no. So she went to Georgia to be with her one of her daughters, and she was crying the whole time she was up there. What have I done? What have I done? What have I done? And then she stalked me for 3 years, trying to get back. And so I finally, I told her, listen, the entire time we were married, you were bitching that I didn't need you for anything. Okay, so now I need you for your paycheck. So if you want to come back, you're paying for everything. And she didn't even hesitate. She said, okay. She didn't even hesitate. So she came back and she paid for everything. She basically bought this property for me because I lost my job 2 years into the 5-year mortgage we had here. So I couldn't produce my half of the mortgage. She was paying both halves, and she paid the place off. And then she left again. And she left the second time back in September last year, and she moved back in September this year. So now the place is paid for, so we've got all this money that we can, that's why we're building the big hangar now. And that way I can get all my crap out of the house, so she has a brand new clean canvas to decorate any way she wants. And that's going to be temporary because after we get that all straightened out, we're going to tear this trailer, well, we're not going to tear it down, I sold it. And we're going to tear it out of here and build a brand new house, and then she'll have that. So there's a lot going on for her that she's always wanted. She has champagne tastes on a beer budget, and I just cannot provide her the lifestyle she wants, and that's why she keeps leaving and then coming back. It's not anything to do with, loving each other or any of that. We have a great sex life. Everything's great. She just, gets that itch, thinking that there's, the grass is greener on the other side, and I keep telling her, yeah, honey, it's greener on the other side because there's a septic tank over there. Yeah. And she keeps finding that out, and then she wants to come back. So that's my story. That's why my ex-wife is living with me again, and this time's for good. She's not leaving again. She's finally come to her senses, and I've decided that I'm just going to pamper the hell out of her, make sure she doesn't leave. And she's already said that, that I'm treating her better now than I ever had. And so she's not going anywhere. So, but that's my little story about why my ex-wife is living with me. And she's paying for the garage. So, yeah, it's my life's changed drastically since she came back. Literally, I thought I was going to be living under a bridge. When she left a year ago, I wasn't making any money, and the mortgage was due on this place, and I was Diet Coke. I don't drink alcohol at all. You'll never see alcohol on my show, in my mouth. I don't drink. Never had a drink in my life. Never smoked a cigarette in my life. I've never tried a drug in my life, of any of it. Because I do this. And when you spend the kind of money on this, you don't have money for all that other crap. So, this is my life. This and cars, racing cars. Two very expensive hobbies. So I do not have money for pot and beer and, cigarettes. So yeah, so it's a Diet Coke. I don't drink a lot of Diet Coke. I drink it when I go to the flying field because it's canned and it goes in the cooler and it's easy to keep cool. Mostly at home I drink Diet Ocean Spray cranberry juice, all different flavors, grape, apple, raspberry, cherry, whatever I get. And I mix it with tea. And it's usually green tea. Usually 0-calorie diet green tea. Or some iteration of the Amazon teas. And that's what I drink most of the time at home. I have one of those stainless steel, mugs, and I fill it up, and, when I'm home I drink that. But tonight I just grabbed this because I was in a hurry to get back out here. So what else are we talking about here? Thank you, Marshall. I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm very proud of it. I know it's not the in thing to be as a vanilla square as I am, but that's the guy I am. I'm just an honest guy, and I don't do anything. I love the Lord, and I don't put things in my body that are gonna and just gonna touch on it for a second. That's why I'm so passionate about the cigarette smoking for you guys. I watched my mom die from it, and I care about you guys. So that's why I had my whole speech about cigarette smoking. Okay, that's over with. We're not going to talk about that again. But that's why. So, yeah, I try to live a pretty uneventful life. I mean, I don't do things to impress other people. The cars and motorcycles that I own are not what anybody else would want. They're just what I want. I buy to impress me, not everybody else. And always been that way. Never been a follower. I'm a trendsetter. So I buy my own stuff. What makes me happy. And if you like it, great. If you don't like it, you don't have to look at it. It's that simple. So I have nothing against people that drink. Okay, I don't. It's not one of those. Listen, I'm afraid of alcohol. To be honest with you, I don't know if I would turn into a mean drunk, and I don't want to find out. It also is too expensive to buy, so for those two reasons alone, I don't drink. But I don't have any problem being out with people that do drink. As a matter of fact, every year we have a big car race up in Atlanta, Georgia, and we always have 2 nights of, heavy drinking out in the parking lot, Friday night and Saturday night. And I'm always out in the parking lot hanging out with all the guys, getting drunk, and, all the guys in my group are cool. The last time, was a couple years ago, some guys came over from the Ford bunch, and there was 2 mean drunks that came over and just wanted to start fights. That's all. The whole time they were there, they just wanted to fight somebody. They were drunk off their ass, and all they wanted to do is start a fight. So we kind of just asked them to go. I see a new face in here, Kevin Fagan. Fagan, welcome. Glad you're here. Where'd you hear about me there, Kevin? Did you catch it on Facebook, or where'd you find out? I just love to find out where you found out about me. I have to pause the chat here so I can give you a wrench. It goes by so fast, I can't catch it. Okay, there you go, Kevin. You got a wrench. See, the wrenches are going to stop. As soon as I hit the 1,000 mark, the wrenches are going to stop. So only the guys that got in on the ground floor get wrenches. So all you guys are getting wrenches. As soon as I hit 1,000, the wrenches stop. So that's what's going to make you guys special than the rest is, if you've got a wrench, you were one of my initial supporters. And that's what's going to distinguish you from anybody else that's in the chat. Is that if you're a blue wrench, then you earned it. You've been here with me from the beginning. So, Dave Marshall, yes. Now, I thought you already were here. Is this a different Dave Marshall? You have a wrench, Dave. You're in Pilot Ryan's show, aren't you, Dave? Did you answer me, Kevin? I'm curious where you found me, so I don't know if I missed it or not. I'm looking, but I don't see it. Just back checking here a little bit. Oh, okay. Ruffin is 13. My troll account. Oh, so you've been in my chat all this time as a troll. Oh, okay. Oh, that's funny. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's too funny. Oh, that's too funny. Mitchell Farley, are you still in here? Is your dad in here? You found my site on a truck stop bathroom wall. Well, that's great. I'm getting all kinds of action. That's fantastic. Just for that, you get a wrench. Oh, you guys are hilarious. Oh, that's too funny. I'm here and gone. Got 2 subs for me, brother. Well, thank you, buddy. I appreciate that. That helps a lot. I'm so close. We just got to get over this thing. But I'm going to go ahead and make a Patreon account. It's you know, that I get a lot more of the money from that. You know, YouTube takes 30% right off the top of a super chat, and you know, I think Patreon only takes like 7% or something. It's a lot less. So, and you know, none of this was mattered to me before. The only reason I want to do it is so I can buy more of this stuff to review it for you guys. You know, I'm very limited in funds what I can buy. But once I start getting some funding from you guys supporting me, then I'm going to buy the planes you guys want. Not what I want, what you guys want. You know, it's like that SU-30, for instance. If you guys want me to review it, then the money I get from you guys through Patreon or Super Chats or whatever is going to buy that airplane so that I can, you know, give back to you guys, because that's why I'm here. Uh-oh, you're getting grounded, are you? Oh, no. Oh, that's too funny. You guys all have 2 YouTube accounts? Really? All of you? And all this time, all of you only subscribe with 1? Come on, guys! I don't have 2 YouTube accounts. I have 2. Actually, I have 3 Facebook accounts. I started one as a joke, and it turned out to be pretty funny. You probably have seen them. You know, there's one called Jolly Green Giant, and the hell's some of the other ones? You know, Mrs. Butterworth. You know, all the characters, you know, from wherever. You know, there's a whole bunch of those accounts out there on Facebook. So I created one, Ernie Keebler. That was a nickname I had in school. Because I'm so short, I was nicknamed Ernie Keebler, and I live in a tree, you know. So I would, you know, kids would, you know, they're mean. You know, so how's the tree doing, you know? You know, you're raking leaves, or don't rake them out of the, wait till they fall on the ground. Don't rake them while you're in the tree. And I've heard every joke there's been. Making cookies in the tree, and but anyway, so I started a YouTube channel, or not a YouTube, but a Facebook page, Ernie Keebler, and it's a racing theme. So that kind of, I did that because I race cars. So so I made it's a checkered flag. I think there's a Ford Mustang race car on it. I haven't been on the page in years, but all the fake guys out there like Jolly Green Giant and Mrs. Butterworth and all, they all subscribe to my channel. So it's just one big collage of fake people. And then my other two accounts is just me, Kenny Caniff, and then my Hangar 51. But anyway. But yeah, I only have one YouTube channel. Oh, that's funny though. Okay, so what else did I want to talk about tonight? Let me think. I don't know. What do you guys want to talk about? What other questions you got for me? The Pillsbury Doughboy. Yep. See, I get that, Wild Bill. I mean, it's, I'm Ernie Keebler. Yeah, I get it. Been there. Grew up with that for years. I don't even know who started that joke. But one day, somebody called me Ernie Keebler because I'm short. And, I became an elf. And, okay, what did I miss, Josh? Why no way would I support Kenny like that? What did I miss? Do I have to go back and find what Photon said? I only have one troll account. It's this one. See, I guess I guess I'm only attracting the trolls. Oh, that's funny. PayPal only takes 3%. I'm backing up here a little bit while I'm waiting for you guys to come up with some new questions. That's good to know, Marshall. Very good to know. Yeah. So, yeah, you guys can send me money through PayPal. That'd be fine. Because honestly, if I get to keep more of it, you can send less of it, and I make out just as well. I don't want to break anybody. If I had, I know it's hard to put it in perspective, but think about it for a second. If I have 1,000 subscribers, and each of you donated $1 a month to my Patreon account, that's $1,000 a month. It's only costing you $1. That's a magazine subscription, right? And $1,000 a month would buy some pretty damn cool airplanes. So when you put it in that perspective, it's so easy to support me without breaking the bank at all. And so what does it say? Can he flying? Hang on a second. Shadow's asking me something here. Let me see what he's saying here. It scrolled up. He's still around, fireman. The guy that builds the airliners, Rami. He just got the Motion sent him one of the airliners, the AL-37. They sent him one, and he flew it, and he did it on his channel. Yeah, it's called Rami Air or something. Yeah, I've been watching him for years. He built some beautiful airplanes. The only problem is he crashes every one of them. But he flew the I mean, that's a testimony to how good that plane motion came out with, because he flew that one perfect. No problem at all. So, yeah, it's... yeah, I've been watching him for years. Okay, so Shadow, to run the module on the Tyrannus, it's simple. You just you plug it in, obviously, in the back of the radio, and you go into the page where you set the name of the plane and the picture, and you go down to the bottom of that page. I think it's page 2, and at the bottom it says internal RF, which is usually set to D16. 1 through 8, and whatever protocol it has there. And then you can even, at least in the Tyrannus Plus, you can number the frequency that you're using. The protocol. You have up to, if you have 60 airplanes, you have 60 protocols you can pick, and you can number it whatever. I try to number mine. If it's plane number 1, it's protocol number 1. If it's plane number 2, protocol 2, and so on. So I don't reuse any. Because I accidentally reused a couple, and I almost crashed a Mustang doing that, because it was talking to the wrong... I had it on the wrong airplane, and it was talking to it. So I thought I had it on the right airplane, and I had reused the protocol twice, which you can do. So you go down to that, where that is, and then the next one, it's going to say external RF, and it's usually turned to off. You just turn that on. That's the external bay in the back of the radio. Turn that one on. You don't have to turn the other one off if you're not going to use it. If I'm flying a Spectrum airplane on the module and I want telemetry, I leave it on. The free sky, the internal, so that I can throw a second receiver in the plane, just a 4-channel receiver, just to give me telemetry. I don't have anything plugged into it. I just power it up. And I have the smart port plugged into it with the battery module. Plug it into the battery, and now the radio sends me the telemetry through the Tyrannus FreeSky software, but I'm still flying the plane on the Spectrum. And that's how you can run dual, you can fly your Spectrum and still have your telemetry. So you just have to turn the bay on, and that's where you turn it on at. I use the PPM setting. That's what's worked for me. There's a couple of different settings, but the first one from off is PPM. Just leave it on that. And then there's mine I think was -30, and then a couple of guys have messaged me saying that -30 didn't work for them, but +30 did. So there's a couple of fine-tuning settings. You just got to play with them a little bit. Switch it from one. It's only an A/B choice. It's one or the other. So just, pick a couple of different choices until it powers up, and you're good. It's pretty simple. If you got the radio on and you want me to walk you through it, I'll go get a radio and we'll do it. We can do it right now if you want. But if you want to contact me privately, we can do it that way too. But yeah, that's all you got to do is just turn the bay on. It's pretty simple. I just looked up, because one of the guys at the flying field wants a Tyrannus radio, and he wanted the module. And Horizon's no longer selling the module, the one I have. So I did a search on eBay, and I found a new module that somebody else is putting out now. That's DSMX, not DSM2 like mine. And it's only like 38 bucks. And it looks nice. It's a nice looking module. The antenna comes out the right place so that it'll go inside the grab bar, not outside it. So it'll still fit in your radio case. And it's only 38 bucks. So I told the guy at the field that, yeah, he saw it too. He found it on Amazon. I said, yeah, buy it. For 38 bucks, I don't see any reason why it wouldn't work. It should work just fine. So I told him, he's going to buy the Tyrannus and he's going to buy that module because he wants to do the same thing I'm doing. He wants to fly Spectrum planes when he wants, but he wants all the other stuff. He wants the telemetry. He wants the radio to talk to him. He wants, because he doesn't know how to do anything as far as, set a timer or know when to land or how to charge batteries properly. He's brand new. He's green as can be. So, yeah. So that's how you turn the bay on. It's pretty simple. Sure, Ruffins. If you want to make another account and subscribe, do it. That'd be wonderful. You know, the more the merrier. You know, I just got an email from YouTube, and it was a questionnaire. It was a the upload is new. There's a new upload page that I hate, and they wanted my opinion on that. So I told them. I says, "Listen, it ain't broke. Don't fix it. There was nothing wrong with the old page. The new page doesn't have some of the features that the old page had, and now I have to learn how to do it all over again. And no, I don't want to. So I use the old. You can go back to what they call classic, and you know. And I told them what I thought. And they also wanted to. They were telling me some new things coming and all this crap, and because I think I'm getting all these emails from now because I'm so close to hitting the 1,000 mark. You know, they're tracking it. So. So yeah, I'm trying to get. The main thing I want to get is those two guys that are stealing all my videos off YouTube, and they're not taking me serious. I'm hoping once I hit 1,000, they will take me serious, so I can get those ass clowns channels taken down. They're stealing all my videos. So I'm up at 980. Thank you, Josh. Good. Yep. So I only need 20 more. We just got 8 more tonight. That's beautiful. Thank you, guys. It's super. Yeah, I'm that close. You know, it's you know, we're there. Okay, so who is Cadillac STS V06? Now, I think I know who that might be. I think I know who that might be. So we'll put a wrench on that one. Is that Lewis? By any chance? I'm getting caught up here now. 12 out of 10. Oh, it's Fred Barron. Oh, you're a Cadillac V guy, huh? Well, that's cool. That's very cool. Yeah, my buddy's got a V, and we go to the St. Pete Grand Prix every year with the V group. It's a screaming deal. We get the big, you know, the upstairs lounge thing with all the free food you can eat and all that. It's very cool. So we usually go to that every year. So thank you, Fred. Appreciate that. We're going to have to talk cars since you're a car guy. You know, anybody that owns a V's got to be a car guy. I actually have the Cadillac Fleetwood. The 94 5.6 came with the Corvette motor in it. So I put the V badges on it. Because basically that's what it back in 93, if they were calling them V's, that would have been a V. So, you know, because that's the difference, is the V has a Corvette motor in it. And they used to put the Corvette motor in it, but they didn't call it a V back in the 94. So, but it, you know, it's pretty cool with the V badges on it. And then people always ask, you know, is that a V? Well, not Cadillac didn't call it a V, but yeah, technically it is a V. It's got a Corvette motor in it. It does? Yeah, it does. Yeah, I'm the marathon man. Listen, the only reason I'm here till 4 o'clock in the morning is because you guys are here till 4 o'clock in the morning. I ain't talking to myself. You guys don't want to go to bed, so I'm in. You know, I'm good. You know, very seldom do I get tired enough to want to leave the show. The other night I was tired. You know, these long hours at, you know, Tuesday night, because I worked all day Monday and Tuesday. Left here at 7, got home at 6. And it's hard work. I mean, we're not just standing around, you know. It's all lifting and screwing and bolting shelving together and carrying in shelves from the truck. We had to unload the truck by hand, and yeah, it's physical labor all day long. You know, not a big deal, but damn it, I'm an old man and I get tired. You know, so yeah, it's I don't mind it. My body minds it. You know, that's the problem. You know, the mind still thinks it's 18. The body says, "What the hell do you think you're doing?" Yeah. So yeah, I have to ring it in every once in a while. Vintage Motor X Canada. What's on the bench? Welcome to the show, Vintage Motor X. What's on the bench is the LX 79-inch 2000 millimeter LX Models P40 Warhawk. This was my I guess it would be my Black Friday Cyber Monday purchase. Yeah, great deal. It was on sale cheap. Had to pull the trigger. If you didn't catch the unboxing video, go to my channel. I put it up today. It's an unboxing video where I took it all out of the box and talked about it, and we've been talking about it here. And the build video is going to be, I'm going to be working on the build video tomorrow all day. I'm going to try to get it done. And put up the LX810. You mean the page of the LX810? Because there's the box right here for the LX810. You told me not to take the blue pill. That's funny, but okay. So here, you know, my ex-wife tells me I need anti-Viagra, so I don't need the blue pill. I guess I need the green pill, the one that gets rid of that, because that's my problem. What's a pain? I hear it's a pain. What are you talking about? Marsha, are you talking about Windows Live Movie Maker, their editing software, and you did it on your phone? Is that what you're talking about when you say with movie? Because that's what I use. You know, it's free. It's a free download, or free. I think it came with the computer. Windows Live Movie Maker. That's what I edit all my videos with. These live chats I haven't done anything to. I haven't edited them in any way. They just go up the way they go up. The only thing I edit sometimes is the title. You know, I keep forgetting to come in and actually change what episode we're on, because this is like episode 12. And I'm going to go back and fix that. But that's the only editing I'm going to do, is change the title so that we know what episode we're on. Blitzo. You guys are funny. Who had a Ford Ranger running 10s? Lee? Who are we talking about? Oh, we're gonna get into talking cars. Oh my God, you guys, I could keep you up all night with that for sure. Oh, iMovie. I got it. I got you. Apple phone, iMovie. Yep, I get you. I got you. Yeah, I do all my editing with Windows Live Movie Maker. I know it's not the best. It's not near as diverse as some of the other ones, but it's free, and that's what I can afford right now. And I get it done. I get mostly what I want to do with it. Right now, I've got a bunch of videos I shot the other day of the A1 Skyraider, the Bearcat, the Cessna from not onboard camera because some of you guys don't like the FPV view. So I did another flight with the Cessna external view. But again, I'm doing all my own filming. So I have the camera on my head, and it's like a LSR camera. It's a full body camera, 36 megapixel, I think, 32 zoom or something. It's a nice camera. It's a Kodak. The problem is when you're got the camera on your head like that, you can't move your eyes. You got to move your head. Okay, so the camera's always panning with the plane, and I've tried zooming it in so I'm in closer to the plane, but I'm always out of frame when I do that. So I left the zoom out this last time, and I got great footage of all my planes, but the plane's a dot way out there until I do a flyby. So now I'm trying to zoom it in using the software, because Windows Live Movie Maker has some tricks where you can zoom it in a little bit at a time, but I have to keep zooming it, save it, and it has to run through its whole iteration of save, and then I have to zoom it again. And if you're off center, it gives you the ability to grab the upper right, like to recenter to the upper right or the upper left or the lower middle or whatever. So I've been playing with that on the Bearcat videos, the one I'm working on right now. I already did the one on the quadcopter, my V-tail quadcopter. I know some of you guys saw that. I did the same thing with that. I tried to zoom it in a little bit, and then I posted it up. The Bearcat's almost done. I'm just going to add some music to it. And while we're talking about that, do you want me to do a voiceover and talk about the plane while it's flying, or would you rather just be listening to music while it's flying around? What do you guys think? Because I was thinking about doing a voiceover, just kind of talking about. But it's a 12-minute video. Maybe I should make it shorter too. It's unedited. It was a 12-minute flight on a 2200. I'm telling you, that plane's fantastic. Both those planes, the Mustang and the Bearcat, will fly forever on a 2200. I mean, even if you're flying it aggressive, you're going to get a 9-minute flight. It's really good on battery. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm trying to get all those edited and uploaded. I've got the Bearcat's about ready. I'm either going to I'm just going to add music to it, and then So Jeff wants to see a voiceover. Okay, well, that's one vote for voiceover. No, I'm using. There's a ton, Ryan. There's a ton of free music on YouTube there for you to use. They have a whole big list of free music that they're welcome to use, and they encourage you to use it. No copyright problems. You can monetize that all day long and use their music. So an example of that is like 7 or 9 different songs I used on my Carbon Z Cessna 150 video. Go watch the video. There's like 9 different songs, all from YouTube, all free, all welcome to use, and you can monetize. No problem whatsoever. No copyright problem whatsoever. They provide it for you, and they've got some really good music out there. All different kinds. Blues, country, bluegrass, all kinds of stuff. So yeah, check it out. Well, then have you used any of their music, Ryan? They got some good stuff out there. It's pretty nice. Okay, so McCrazy, McCub Crazy, what do you consider good music? What's your taste? See, I need this kind of input so I know what you guys want to hear or what you want to, what do you want me to do? Okay, so you've used it. All right, well, that's cool. Yeah, I used a couple of Van Halen songs back in the day, and I didn't get in any trouble, but I couldn't monetize it, which I wasn't anyway. But I got a message from YouTube, this is copyrighted music. You're not in any trouble, but, unfortunately you can't monetize this video. And I hadn't done it anyway. And, so I got a little, taste of you can't use their music. But then I found their free stuff, and I've been using that ever since. So, yeah, I did the higher and higher music on one of my videos. It's one of my very first videos, way back in the day. And, yeah, that didn't go over well. It didn't get any trouble, but it didn't, So I don't do that anymore. I just use the free stuff. Oh my God! No, I don't think they have any of that brown chicken, brown cow. Yeah, no, I don't think they have any of that. I don't know. I haven't found any of that. Yeah, that's what we want to watch, an airplane flying around to that music. Yeah, there you go. Oh my God. Oh, that's too funny. I just checked RafterCam again. When I first reload it, it works for like 5 seconds and then it freezes again. So I don't know what's going on with RafterCam tonight. Some nights it works perfect and some nights it does this, and I have no idea what's going on. So yeah, I've got freeze frame RafterCam, no live RafterCam. What are you saying, Eric? 40s tune when it's a warbird. Oh, well, okay, yes. No, I agree with that. Definitely. Something like, was it the Lennon Sisters? Yeah, something like that. I love that music for a warbird. Absolutely. Okay, Steven. So like I was saying earlier, I want to do a video that will encourage people to buy the plane. You know, I don't want to do this big, long 7-hour while we're chatting thing, because it would take me forever to edit it, and I don't want to do it unedited because it's way too much. I just want to hit the high points of building it. So I want to do a very structured build so that it, you know, it's very informative without being dragging on all night. I know you guys would enjoy it, but you got to think the big picture. How many people are going to watch it after the live show because they're interested in buying this airplane and want to know what it's going to take to put it together? You wouldn't want to sit through a 7-hour show to find out how to put this thing together. So that's why I'm not building it tonight. You know, I'm going to take my time tomorrow. I'm going to, you know, do, you know, small segments of each kind of piece that I'm working on, and then I'm going to edit it all together and put it up, and you guys can watch that, and so can, you know, 100 million other people if they want. You know, it's not that I don't want to build it right now. Believe me, I want to build it right now, but I want to make it, you know, a video that people will watch for years to come that want to buy that airplane, or to be interested in buying that airplane. Because I know a lot of people have watched Rich's B-25 build, and it was very informative, you know, and I have to do the same thing he did. All this stuff has to be sanded to glue it together, you know, not this area up here, because that's where the canopy is, but down here to here, not down here. That's where the wing bolts to, or butts up to. So you got to sand this, got to sand in here. All this paint's got to come off down in this groove here, and on this flush surface here. I got to sand all that off on both halves, so that when I glue it together, the glue's sticking to the foam. So, yeah, I could be sitting here sanding it while we're talking, but then I can't read the chat. And then, you know, like I said, it's going to be a 7-hour video, you know, to watch a 45-minute build, you know. Kennesaw. I used to live in Kennesaw. Temporary living. When I was going through my first divorce, I was living in Kennesaw. My brother had a house there, so I was staying in his house while I was working up in Georgia, while my soon-to-be first ex, was deciding whether she wanted to move out of the house or not. That's a whole nother story. Onboard music, hat cam, sounds of motors. Well, yeah, I've done that. You know, when I do a FPV, the motor sound is in that stream, and I usually have that, even in that Cessna video. If you listen carefully, behind the music is the engine sound. I purposely lowered the volume on the engine sound, but it's in the background. It's like white noise with the music playing over it. So if you didn't catch that, go back and watch it again. The engine noise is there, you know, as I'm throttling up and down. But it's a back, you know, it's toned back so that you're hearing the music up front, and it's white noise in the back. It's kind of like watching Star Trek. You know, there's that rumbling of the warp drive through the whole show. It's always in the background. The hum of the warp drive. Same thing. The motor sounds in the background, just like that. Same thing. You know, I watched your show last time, Colin. I didn't watch it live because I forgot it was on at 7. You know, I'm not used to 7. Right now, too, I'm not usually. Tomorrow night, I'll be home at 7. I think. Wait a minute. Oh no, I might be at a Christmas party tomorrow night at 7. And if I go to my ex's Christmas party, it's tomorrow night. So I might not see it live, but I'll watch it. Believe me, I'll see it. But it just might not be live tomorrow night. Not that I don't want to. I do. I just... last week I forgot you were on, and then after I realized, oh crap, I turned it on and your show was already over, but I got to watch the replay right then. I mean, so it was minutes after you had ended the show, I started watching the show, so I got to see it almost live. And yeah, tomorrow night I would love to watch it live, but I don't think I'm going to be here. I think I'm going to be at the Christmas party. If I don't go to the Christmas party, yes, I'll be in your show. I'll be watching. I'll be there. Oh, so you want, Flight Test has done that, Eric. They have a camera on their chest pointed at the radio, so you can see what they're doing with the sticks, and they have it in the window, so you're watching the airplane, and in the lower corner they've got a radio, a camera on the sticks. So yeah, that's only really interesting on, like 3D flying. I mean, if you're just cruising around. What are you going to see? There's really not a whole lot going on the sticks, But if you're doing some aerobatic stuff, then yeah, a camera shot on the sticks would be pretty cool. Michael L., good to see you. I'm not building anything tonight, but this is the new. This was a Black Friday, Cyber Monday acquisition. Banana Hobbies had it on sale pretty cheap for at least this plane, because it's usually $500. It was on sale for $420, so I bought it. It's the LX model. This company here, LX. This Lansing and whatever. It's 79 inches, 2,000 millimeter wingspan, P-40 Warhawk. Love this airplane. Love this airplane since I was 8 years old. I built 2 plastic models of it back in the day. Still have them. And 6 years ago, I think, was when they came out with this plane. I wanted it then. And it was cheaper then, but I couldn't afford it. And then it kept going up in price, which just made it unobtainable. So, but they finally lowered the price this year on their Black Friday deal. This was one of the planes they put on sale. It was $80 off. So I bought it. And that's what we got on the table. So I did an unboxing video earlier today. Go watch it. It came out pretty good. I kind of went over each piece and talked about it a little bit. And I'm going to do a lot of filming tomorrow, a build video. As I put this thing together, I'm going to shoot it all, edit it up, and then put it up probably... I don't know if I'll get it uploaded tomorrow. It probably won't be till next week, because I'll be flying Saturday and Sunday. So it'll probably be Monday or Tuesday. I'll probably use when I finally get it final edited and uploaded. So be on the lookout for that, because there'll be a complete build video on it. And then probably next Thursday, it'll be sitting on the table here. I'll probably have to put a bigger table in. And then the only thing you're going to see is, like, the windshield and the and the quarter of the wing. It's just too damn... Unless I put the laptop in the other room, you're not going to be able to see the whole plane. It's too damn big. But yeah, that's what we got here. It's a P-40 Warhawk from LX Models. Got it from Banana Hobbies. Been looking at the plane for a long time. 6 years, just about. And I finally pulled the trigger. So, right. Who doesn't love a plane with teeth on the front of it? Absolutely. Hey, Mitchell, do you know Dave Kowalski? You guys were at Jet Jam together. At least your dad was, Dennis. Were you at Jet Jam? If you were, you weren't on camera, I don't think. I didn't see it. But anyway, I just wondered if you actually know Dave Kowalski. Because if you do, would you tell him to come into my show? I don't think he's been here yet. Maybe he was. I can't remember. He's definitely not a regular on my show like he is on Ryan's show, and I'm jealous. Not really, but anyway. I'm looking forward to Jet Jam this year. I'm definitely going to make the trip there. I'm probably not going to go to Joe Knoll. I might go to Knoll in the fall, but I'm not going to go to Joe Knoll only because I want to fly, and that show's just too big. There's too many people. There's too many rules. Too much going on. I just don't think I'm going to have a good time. If I did go to Joe Knoll, the only thing I would do is fly on the pond after the show closes at, what, 5 or 6? And then there's no rules, and you can kind of do whatever you want. And then I'd be float flying off the water is what I would do. But Knoll in the fall looks much more like Jet Jam. You know, very laid back. You know, just have a good time, fly some planes, and have some fun. You know, when they make the rules so stringent that you can't actually enjoy yourself, then it's not so much fun. I mean, if you want to go and look, there's plenty to see. But if you want to go and fly, you know, not so much. I don't know, did you guys see the recent upload that Wes put up with him flying the Tiger Cat with Rich Baker? You know, they were talking about what they were allowed to not do and not do at that new Lark field that they're flying at, where Wes is now. Apparently they have very strict rules up there. You know, I don't want to fly in a place like that. You know, it's, you know, at our field there are no rules. There's 2 rules. Don't park in the owner's spot, and don't drive your car on the runway. After that, there are no rules. Do whatever you want. Everybody's cool with it, you know. We just have a great time. Nobody gets yelled at. Well, most of the time. You know, every once in a while, Bo will yell at a guy for putting his plane in the tree for the 5th time that day, that he has to keep fishing out for the guy. You know, he gets a little tired of that. Other than that, no. Yeah, do whatever you want. We've got 3D guys out there. We got 3D helicopter guys out there. We've got one guy has a turbine jet. He comes out once in a while. Yeah, it's just you know, we got a wide range of planes. Old timers, you know, got a few guys still flying 72 megahertz radios out there with the big long antennas. You know, one of these, you know, one of these, you know, fishing pole antennas. Yeah, there's a couple guys still flying these, and but yeah, we don't have any rules. Do whatever you want. Just have a good time. That's the rule. Have a good time. So, I've been thinking about talking to the owner. His name's Bo. And I've been thinking about talking to him about having an event at the field that you guys could all come to, and it'll be free. You won't need an AMA. You won't need an FAA. You won't need to spend any money. You just come out and have fun. And if we set a date and you guys, you know, want to just come on down and have a great time, you can camp right there. You know, he's got plenty of room. People come in RVs all the time and spend the night. No problem. Yeah. So if that sounds cool to you guys, we might set that up. It's a grass field, but it's a very nice grass field. If you want to see what it looks like from the air, watch my Avanti video with the music. It says 5 camera or 7 camera music video on my channel. And when I'm taking off and doing the vertical up, stop it at the top. Freeze it, and then look at the runways. You'll see 6 runways, you know, crisscrossing. You know, and the whole area mode, and then everything you can see is his property. Everywhere. There's no time when you're not looking at his property while I'm flying around. It, you know, it goes for, it's 633 acres. So you can fly wherever you want, as high as you want, whatever you want to do. It's just a wonderful place to fly. So, if that sounds cool to you guys and you'd be interested in doing that, I'll talk to him and see if he minds if we put on a little show. I don't think he'll mind. We would definitely do it on a weekend that's not a holiday, or maybe on a weekend that there's other shows going on, that like a 3D show somewhere that we wouldn't necessarily go to, so that those guys won't be there, which is more room for you guys. So you're in Central Florida, Stephen? Where are you at? Yeah, we have a few guys flying gassers on our field. Not too many, but there's a few. It's definitely more electric than gas, but there's still some gas guys, some nitro guys, some gas guys. We have some very, very, very big airplanes out there. 18, 20 footer. Excuse me. But those guys are the 3D guys, and they don't come that often, especially if there's shows going on somewhere, a 3D event someplace. They're always at those events. So the only time we see them is when there's no place else for them to fly and they're just bored. Then they come out. And they're nice guys. I mean, it's not a problem. But if we're going to put this on, we'd probably want to do it a weekend when they're not there, so that we have more room for us and not taking up spots and space. Because those guys, when they show up, want to fly. Hey, Roy, what you doing? It's good to see you. Yeah, it's a beautiful plane, Roy. I love this thing. So yeah, we can, we might do that. I'm still waiting. Where are you at, Stephen? Summerfield? Near the Villages. Okay, so you're up past the Boozers. They're up there in where the hell is that? Webster. Yeah, so you're a little north of them. So yeah, you can come. My field's easy to get to for you. You just come straight down. I think it's 471. Is that the road that Wes's field's on? The Buzzards. You just come straight down that till you hit 98. And then you take 98 like 2 miles north to 54, where it cuts off. And you take 54 over right until you hit Hilton Road. That's where we are. 20 minutes from Wes's house. So if you know where the Boozers live, they live much closer to my flying field than I do. Much closer. So thank you, buddy. I appreciate that, Josh. Was that your daughter that was on earlier? Oh, okay. Well, yeah. Hell, if you're going to church in Wildwood, shit. That's Tampa. You're past. You drove right by the field. Yeah, that my Vonti video with the music is, because the tail, I have a camera changing angles all the time, but when I'm going vertical and it's pointed backwards and I get up there pretty high, I'm up about 300 feet, you get a really good picture of the runways and where we fly and how he keeps them cut. And the guy that owns the place is an absolute RC nut. I mean, he's got over 600 airplanes. He's got probably 100 planes. He brings a big, like 28, 30 foot trailer And he lives on the property, but he lives on the other end of the property. I mean, when you have 633 acres, it's a long way away. So he can get to the flying field from his own property. He doesn't have to take the road to get there, but it's all, you know, dirt road and bumpy. And so he takes the trailer out his driveway, and he drives a mile down the street and pulls back into the road that leads to the flying field. And he brings his trailer, and it's got 100 airplanes in it. And I'm not exaggerating, because he just piles them on top of each other. You know, it gets a lot of hanger rash, but he don't care. You know, if he loves it that much, he just goes and buys another one. The guy's got money. You could do that. So he's got them hanging on the walls. He's got them in racks. He's got them laying all over the floor on top of each other. And he's always got a shitload of airplanes with him. And that's not even a third of what he owns. He's got, you know, tons and tons of airplanes. Old, new, jets, non-jets, warbirds. He's got everything. His latest acquisition is that twin that Horizon came out with. It's not the C-130, because that's a 4-engine plane, but it looks like that. You know which one I'm talking about. The Coast Guard paint scheme, twin-engine thing. Holy crap, is that thing good on batteries? Wow. I mean, he was flying that thing like for 20 minutes, and when he landed, he hadn't even used half the battery. It was crazy. I couldn't believe how efficient that thing, on a 4-cell. And it's pretty damn fast. It climbs straight up on a 4-cell. It's beautiful. Man, after a while, I didn't really want that plane, because, you know, I just thought, you know, well, I don't know. It's cool. I like it. I love the 5-bladed props and everything, but, you know, what are you going to do with it? And then I watched him fly it around, and how long he flew it around. I'm like, oh, damn. You know, that might be worth owning. So, yeah. Yeah, the white sand looks like snow. You're right. Yeah, so you've seen the video. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of white spots where the sand looks like snow. At some angles, it even looks like water. Yeah, it's a few bare spots on the runways. We keep trying to put grass in them and get them to grow, but the problem is we can't keep, you know, nobody wants to stay off the runways long enough for us to do that. And he did move one of the runways over so that the grass, we could land at a new spot and let the grass fill back in, and then I think he's going to move it back. He's moved them around before a couple times, and he even had a 4th runway cut in there at one point. But yeah, it's a real nice place to fly. Everybody's super cool. The owner, Bo, he is terrific. He is just an amazing man. And he's a ton of fun. And he just loves this hobby. So, you know, he loves it so much. He has a lot of health issues. He's a diabetic, and he's very diabetic. And he's had several seizures out at the flying field where his sugar got too low and he passed out and nobody knew where he was. And, you know, it's been scary a couple times. And he is so worried that when he dies, his daughter's going to sell the property, you know, just for the millions of dollars that he's going to get, and we're all going to lose our flying field. And he just absolutely doesn't want that to happen. And he talks about it a lot. You know, it's really on his mind a lot that he doesn't want that, because he promised his dad he'd never sell the field, you know, the property. And unfortunately, he didn't have a son. He only had a daughter. And the daughter wants nothing to do with the flying field. She don't give a crap about it. You know, he was offered $50 million for the property, and he didn't sell it. And I laughed at him one day, and I said, you know, well, why not? And he says, well, then what would I do? Because he's a rancher. It's full of cows, and he raises cows and sells them. And he said, what would I do then? And I just laughed. I said, with $50 million, you can do whatever the hell you want. Anywhere you want. Go buy an island in the Bahamas if you want. And he just laughed. He says, nah, that's not me. So, but yeah, he's very worried about what's going to happen to the property when he dies. And you know, he has one of those pumps on him for the sugar, you know, for his sugar thing, and it's monitored through his phone, and his girlfriend, his living girlfriend, it monitors her phone too, gets the messages. So, you know, when his sugar goes low, she gets notified, and then she's calling him and make sure he's okay. And it's a little scary. It's not on a daily basis. It's not, but every time he has one of those episodes and we find him at the field, then it's a big deal, and everybody gets all upset. It hasn't happened that much, but I think 3 or 4 times now over a few years. So it just, nobody wants anything to happen to him, and he doesn't want anything to happen to himself because he doesn't want to lose the flying field for us. He's so worried about what we're going to do to go where we're going to fly if, he dies and his daughter sells the field. What are we all going to do? And it's a good point. I don't know what we're going to do. There's a piece of property right down the street from me here that I would love to buy. It's 133 acres. Way more than enough flying field. And it's rural. We could fly there all the time. Nobody's ever going to say a word or bitch or anything. It's a beautiful piece of property. If I could do like the flight test guys did, and get everybody to chip in and buy it, we'd all have a place to fly forever. I just put it in a trust, that can't be touched, and it would be there forever. But yeah, it's right down the street from me. It's like a mile down the street. I have 3 acres here. If I cleared all the trees off of it, we can fly right here. I do fly here, but only certain airplanes. I don't fly my jets here. I don't have room for that. But I fly my timber or the. I've flown the Visionaire, my UMX timber, my helicopters. I've flown them out here. My quadcopters I fly out here. So I got plenty of property. I actually have a quadcopter course set up out here. There's a video on that too. If you want to go watch that on my channel, there's a teaser video. And I'm flying my quad through the gates. I have the half-round gates set up, and I fly through them, and then I go through the trees and over the house and around the antenna and back down. And so it's got plenty of room, and it's fun to fly here, but it's not fun to fly alone, and I can't even get the local quadcopter club to come out and fly with me. They were all excited when I invited them. I sent them the video and I invited them, and they were all, oh, wow, that's fantastic, that's great, blah, blah, but nobody will show up. So I don't know. It's still fun to fly alone. So. Can't spell Garcia. What does that say? Gecko? What are we talking about now? Car insurance? Or are you guys asking me if I have geckos here again? We have a ton of these little lizards. They're not geckos. They're just lizards. I did see a gecko here once. I mean, they're here, but I've only seen one. We did have a gecko here once. And they look just like the cartoon on the Geico commercial. The round fingers, suction cup thingies, and that's exactly what they look like. That character they have is pretty accurate. That's what they look like. But the lizards don't. They look more like dinosaurs. They've got more like claw fingers, not, they're dark brown. They've got a rough skin like an alligator, but they're only, this big. My ex keeps thinking they're going to grow into alligators. No, honey, they're not going to grow into alligators. That's all the bigger they get. I don't know. I'm like, okay, whatever. She hates those things. I don't know why. It's, they're pretty harmless. I mean, they eat the cockroaches, so I love them. They're fine. They keep them around all you want. Yeah, that's the plane, the EC-1500. Isn't that the one that's the twin engine? Looks like a C-130, but only a twin engine. Yeah, you can fly the shit out of that thing. Bo was flying the hell out of it. It made me want one. I'll be honest with you. I hadn't really considered it until I saw Bo flying us around. And I'm like, wow, that damn thing's nice. It's pretty as hell. And after seeing how well it flies and how long it flies, I'm like, okay, Got to put that back on the radar screen. I just might have to buy that sumbitch. Yeah, I have Fred. I have the Hobby King Mule for dropping paratroopers. It has that same gate in the back, so I can fill it up with shit and then open the gate and drop whatever out of the back of it. One of my wonderful Hobby King acquisitions. You know, as soon as I got it out of the box, put it together, I was testing everything, and the gate servo stripped. The first time I put the gate down, the servo stripped. So now I can only put the gate. I had to limit the gate to only go so far, so it doesn't hit the bad spot in the gear. So it won't go all the way to the ground, but that's just fine. I mean, I don't only open it up in the air, but it opens plenty far enough to drop whatever I want to drop out of it. But yeah, that's another one of my great Hobby King planes that, you know, failed right out of the box. Typical. Marshall, are you asking me, does the owner fly RC? Were you asking me that? Yeah, the owner definitely flies RC. He's huge into it. And he has no problem spending money on it either. He has two of those decathlons. One's, I think, an 18-foot wing. And one's, the other one, I think, is a 12 or 14-foot wing. Of course, they're gas. They're huge. And I mean, way huger than this. You could put this fuselage inside the fuselage of the 18-footer. It's big. Yeah. I'm only a few years behind Bo in age, so I mean, if he lives a full life and donated it to me, I'd only be able to add another 10 years at the most. You know, he needs to donate it to a grandkid, you know, something like that, so that it's going to be around for a long time, not just an extra 10 years. Yeah, it would be, you know, and I had talked to him about that. I said, what about splitting it up, you know? Give X amount of foot to, you know, and I named several of our club members that have been around there forever, and Bo said, yeah, he's actually talked to an attorney about doing that. I guess there's some complications. You know, the dollar amount has to be under a certain amount, or you have to pay, you know, all kinds of luxury taxes and all kinds of other crap. There's a lot of loopholes and shit that you've got to tie up to get that to work, and he's working on it. You know, believe me, he's got people on it. They're trying to come up with a way to preserve the field, you know, for, I don't know, for forever, but at least for the next 50, 60 years. You know, he wants to keep it so that even the young guys that are flying today won't lose it, and they'll be able to fly there through their lifespan. You know, I know it's important to him because he promised his dad that he would never sell it, and I know he wants to honor that. You know, it's important to him to honor that promise to his dad. So, you know, so he won't sell it. I don't think they could throw enough money at him to sell it, but his daughter would sell it in a minute. You know, if she inherits it, um, yeah, it'd be gone in a minute. Because they're developing that area right now, right down the street, not 2 miles from his property. They just bought a huge chunk of land like his, and there's a huge brand new housing development going up right there. So, and there's another one going up adjacent to the field on the backside. All they've done so far is build a giant mound of dirt. We don't know what that's for. But they cut all the trees down and then bulldozed all this dirt into this giant pile, this super long, high mountain of dirt, and that's all they've done. We don't have no idea what they're going to do over there. But yeah, they're you know, the developers are building all over the place. So I'm surprised they haven't bought this piece down the road here, the 133 acres. I don't know what they're waiting for. Yeah, I know it's important to Bo though. He loves this hobby. I mean, he's pretty much, I wouldn't say he's out there every day. I mean, he's on the field every day. I'll say that for certain. He's on the field every day, if not just to come out and say hi to whoever's flying. But when he's doing his ranching work, you know, he usually has to drive through the field, or he makes a point of driving through the field anyway. And then he stops and says hi to whoever's flying and check out what you're flying, because he's very interested. He always comes over when I come out, because I usually have a different airplane. And he just loves seeing what I'm bringing out. So he absolutely loves the Yak I bought. My big Yak 130. Oh my God, he loves that airplane. I mean, he loves that airplane. If I don't bring it, he asks about it. You didn't bring the Yak? I said, no, I didn't bring the Yak. Oh, you know, I love that airplane. Yeah, I know you love the airplane, Bo. So, yeah, he really loves that one. But he's always checking out what I have. You know, he just loves this hobby as much as I do. He really does. He's just absolutely in love with this hobby. So... Are you still here, Steven? I have a question for you about the villages, if you're still in here. The putting green club, Josh, is that an airplane club or is it a golf club? I don't think it counts if you're playing golf and not flying planes. Just saying. Golf planes. Oh, okay. You know there is the game. They play golf with airplanes. Is that what you're talking about? Have you guys seen this, where they play golf with airplanes? You know, it's kind of a hand toss glider deal, and you throw it and you fly it down the fairway, and then when you get to the green, there's a basket, and you fly the plane into the basket. You're not going to take anything you like. It's going to be one of the flight test paperboard airplanes is what you would use for something like that. But yeah, the flight test guys were doing it once, and I guess they're using the frisbee golf course, and they're doing it with RC airplanes. It was pretty interesting. It looked like fun. I mean, it would definitely be fun to do. Right. Yeah, like frisbee golf. Yep. Yep. King Cobra Hobbies. No, I have not ordered from there. Where are they at? Yeah. I hear you, Roy. Yeah, they were flying in some pretty tight spots on flight test. Yeah, when they were playing that frisbee golf, airplane golf thing. But it looked like fun though. I mean, it would be kind of cool. Yeah, where's King Cobra Hobbies and what do they sell? What's their specialty? They got are they another Horizon dealer? Are they more of a Banana Hobbies kind of place? Um, so they play golf with a soccer ball. Wow, that's interesting. It goes to show what you can come up with. A little imagination. You know, why did Great Plains go out of business? Man, that's a good question. Probably, um, probably because of Horizon Hobbies. To be honest, um, they're trying to monopolize the whole industry. They keep buying all their competition. I mean, Force RC was a huge pain in their ass. So they finally just bought the place to get rid of the I don't want to call it a threat, but they were underselling Horizon to the point it was killing them. Underselling and over warranting. They were right in par with Motion RC as far as um, customer service. Between Motion and Force, that's why Horizons had to step up their game, because these two guys were killing them. And they had finally ended up just buying Force RC. I'm sure they've tried to buy Motion, but I think the owner of Motion, being a vet, just isn't going to have it. He doesn't want Horizon's money. I think I think he enjoys being a thorn in their side. So, yeah, and they're just doing it better than anybody, for sure. Yeah, Tower and Horizon are absolutely the same. They're in the same building. Horizon actually moved into the Tower Hobbies building. I was on the phone with the guy one day, and I said, will you guys match, I was talking to Horizon, will you guys match a price over at Tower Hobbies on this particular airplane? It was the E-Flight AT6 Texan that I got an email that Tower was selling it really cheap. And it was the plug-and-play version, and Horizon said, we only have the bind-and-fly version, so no, we can't match that price. I said, really? And he said something, and he says, you want to talk to one of the Tower Hobbies guys? Because he's sitting right next to me here. And I started laughing. I go, no, that's okay. I don't need to talk to him. I mean, you pretty much explained it. You're not going to match his price, so okay. But yeah, the phone guys are actually sitting right next to each other. The Tower guys and the Horizon guys are sitting in cubicles right next to each other. So yeah, it's all the same now. So yeah, they bought Force, they bought Great Plains, which is Tower Hobbies and Great Plains and Fly Zone, and what else is under that? There's a lot of names under that banner that Horizon now owns. So yeah, they're really trying to monopolize the market. I think if they ever get a hold of Motion, it'll be over for us. We're screwed. Then we're gonna, because once Motion's out of the picture, I think Horizon is just gonna, you know, shove it up our ass. This is what we're selling it for, and you know, take it or leave it kind of attitude. Because that's the kind of attitude they had before they had all this competition. You know, that's really been changing their game big time. Yeah. Yep. I don't know. I think they're still operating under the Hobbyco name. Um, you know, now that they own it, they didn't have to change the name, so they might still be, you know, as a paper company, you know, just for tax write-off purposes, they're probably still operating under Hobbyco. You know, background. You know, they're not making it front page news that Hobbyco is now Horizon Hobby or anything. I think they're, but on paper, when they file their taxes and shit, yeah, it's probably a separate entity. So they have more tax write-offs, you know, and it's probably still operating under Hobbyco. So, yeah, Horizon is Skynet. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. For you guys that haven't heard this before, I had, you know, 27 years ago, 30 years ago, it's been closed for about 5 years now, 4 or 5 years. I had a hobby shop, and Horizon was one of my distributors. You know, I would buy from Horizon. So I've been dealing with Horizon hobbies for over 30 years. So I can tell you from experience, not as just a retail customer, but as a, you know, a retailer for them, you know, what they were like back in the day to deal with and how they are now is a night and day difference, you know. And I mean, I could be wrong, but I think Motion is the reason that I think they've just forced their hand, you know. And there's definitely a battle going on there. That's why Motion no longer sells any of Horizon's products, because they don't want it. They have their own lines now. They have the Free Wing, the Flight line. Now they have the Black Horse line that they took on. I don't know if they bought Black Horse or they just have an exclusive with Black Horse. I'm not sure exactly. But, you know, Motion's trying to capitalize the market on what Horizon doesn't sell, and then compete against them. You know, that's why they came up with the Flight line and the Free Wing stuff. And it's good stuff. You know, it's very good stuff. So, well, not just started, Josh, but, you know, it's probably been at least 6 months, right? That they've been carrying Black Horse. I know they had it before. Well, they had it before Joe Knoll, because Wes was supposed to take that big Storch to Joe Knoll, and, you know, he crashed it, so he couldn't take it. So Black Horse was before they were carrying it before Joe Knoll. When's Joe Knoll? Not Knoll in the fall. Joe Knoll. So when was Joe Knoll? Isn't that like March? So yeah, they've had Black Horse for a while now. Oh, this is interesting, Colin. So, Horizon has same bad team policies. They wanted to put me on 2019 team, but I found out I couldn't fly anything that wasn't Horizon. And yeah, of course they don't want you flying anything that's not theirs, Colin. That's why they're signing you up to promote their product. They don't want you flying somebody else's product. You know, I mean, everybody's going to be that way. Think about it. You know, why would Horizon want to sponsor you and give you all kinds of free stuff and everything, and then have you go out and fly somebody else's product? You know, that's just bad business. You know, I mean, I'm sure they don't care if you're not at an event what you're flying, but if you go to an event like Joe Knoll or something, of course they want you flying their stuff, wearing their shirt, promoting their product, you know. And a pilot as good as you, I mean, yeah, you're a sought-after man, dude. I've watched you fly. You know, I no doubt Horizon wants you on their team. Oh, okay, Josh, I got you. So you're just kind of filling Wild Bill in. Okay. Rob, you're leaving us. Have a good night, dude. Glad you're here. Glad you were here. Thank you for coming. Is that right, Ryan? I thought Motion developed the free wing line. It was around before Motion? I didn't know that. I thought that was their line. I know that's not okay. I know it's not their exclusive line because General Hobby sells free wing. But I had never seen free wing before I saw it on Motion. So I kind of thought that was their baby, but maybe not. I guess, you know, you would know. So, yeah, obviously, you know, if there's anybody that knows that, you would know. So, well, yeah, okay, so that's a good point. Um, yeah, Marshall, they might keep Spectrum and Horizon separate so that the Spectrum guys can fly some real, you know, high dollar 3D airplanes using Spectrum equipment and promote Spectrum without infringing on Horizon. But Horizon's more, you know, the airplane end of it. So, yeah, if you're sponsored by Horizon, they're going to be wanting you to fly Horizon airplanes. But if you're sponsored by Spectrum, as long as you're using a Spectrum radio, obviously, you know, they certainly don't want you wearing a Spectrum shirt flying Futaba. So, yeah, that could be, you know, they might do that on purpose to split it up, you know. That's probably a good point. And it's very possible that that's why they do that. Because if there's guys competing with that high dollar stuff that Horizon doesn't make, but they still want to get their name out there, the Spectrum name out there, yeah, they're going to sponsor a pilot to fly their radio and then, you know, fly whatever plane you want. But you gotta be using a Spectrum radio. So there's a lot of different facets to this hobby. Oh, you guys talk about things have changed. You know, I've been in this hobby since '73. Trust me. Things have really changed. This is, oh my God. It is so different now than when it was. Oh my God. Oh, so a lot of the Blitz stuff back in the day of Banana Hobbies was actually free wing. Oh, that's good. That's good information. God, Ryan, I'd love to sit down one day with you and just chat. Because, man, you're just a wealth of information about your years at, writing all that magazine articles and working for Motion for so many years. You got the inside scoop on a lot of stuff that would be very interesting to hear. Yeah, Colin, have you watched a Netflix movie on it yet? Have you ordered lunch on it yet? Well, without getting into too much detail, Colin, were you just going to get like free airplanes and money to pay for event travel and stuff like that, or were you actually going to get a paycheck? What were they offering? Yeah, that's funny, Marshall. All my surface radios were Futaba as well. I had some. Well, actually, not all my radios, but I had three Futaba. I still have them. My three Futaba radios. And then I had a Royal single stick radio. This Craft radio. This was my first radio. I still have them all. I don't get rid of anything. um, I can't find the Royal Radio. I found it. I was so excited I found it. I put it someplace so I wouldn't lose it. I can't find. I don't know where the fuck I put the damn thing. I was so happy to finally find it because I wanted to show the guys out at the flying field because they've never, a lot of them, they haven't been around long enough to even know what a single stick radio is. And I was so excited I finally found it. I put it someplace so I wouldn't lose it. I have no idea where I put it. So it's lost again. Okay, so what's Horizon? If they have to buy their own booth and everything, what the hell is Horizon doing for them? That doesn't sound like a very good deal to me. I mean, what the hell? I mean, if all they're doing is supplying them with, like, free airplanes and shit, big deal. I mean, crap, that's nothing for them. That's pennies. I'd want travel money and all kinds of shit, not necessarily a paycheck, maybe, but at the very least, they're going to pay me to go to an event. Not pay me cash, but pay my way to the event. My hotel, my food, my travel, and in money, whatever it costs to get in the event. I mean, that's the least they can do. Yeah, Wild Bill, this was my very first radio. Series 70. I bought it in 73. I bought it used from one of the guys that I used to pylon race with. I was 13, and right after I learned to fly, I started pylon racing because that's what our club did a lot of. And this guy, his name was Ed Nabora, and we went flying all over the upper. Ohio, Illinois, Indiana, Pennsylvania, Kentucky. We were traveling a circuit up there, pylon racing. And, yeah, this was the very first radio I flew with, was this Craft. And then I bought the single stick. I think I bought that from Ed, too, I think. It's a Royal radio. 6-channel single stick, and then after that I bought 3 Futaba radios over the next few years. They all had the same shape, that sharp edge, F117 shape, gold face, black sides, 72 megahertz. At least one, I think 2 of them, has the module bay in the back that I could literally pop a 2.4 gigahertz module in it and fly. But it's not a computer radio, so you one model. If you fly more than one model on it, every time you fly, you got to readjust the trims. It'd be a pain in the ass. So I keep them, I have them, but I doubt I'll ever fly them. Not with today's technology. Why would I bother? I mean, the guys that fly the 72 megahertz out at my field, they only have like 1 or 2 airplanes. So you have 3 Craft radios and an old Cadet. Yeah, the Sig Cadet. Yeah. Yeah, those are the good old... Chris, you're not old enough to know what the hell that shit is. What, was that your grandpa's stuff? What? That's funny. You're a Horizon flight coach and all you got was a free hat and a t-shirt. Wow! And a 15% discount on all things Horizon, which is pretty sweet. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I never had the attack radio. Mine were the God. I don't even remember the name of them. What do they call those damn things? I don't remember. Um, they're in the house. You know, they're in a box in the house. I keep everything. Yeah, like I show, like this is my first airplane. I learned to fly on this little Cox 049 deal here. This is the plane I learned to fly on. I've got a picture. You'd laugh if I showed it to you. I gotta find it. It's a picture of me standing there, little fat kid, 15 years old, 13 years old. You know, standing there holding the plane like this, right? This plane. And yeah, but this is the one I learned to fly on. You know, got my orientation down, and then went from that to Quickie 500. You know, 40 size. I think I was flying a flying Super Tiger 40. You know, 500-inch square. You know, just constant chord wing. Quickie 500 series, and then quarter midget. You know, and my original quarter midget's in the house. So I have that too. And I have pictures of me flying these planes, you know, at 13, 14, 15 years old. I can't find it's in a photo album similar to those, but I can't find it. I don't know what the hell I did with it. If I ever find them, I'll put them up on. You guys will laugh. Yeah, that's all they're good for, collectible items, but nobody's going to pay any money for them. I doubt, you know. I just keep them because... Now, I know some of you guys have seen... God, I wish I could think of his last name right now, but his house burnt down. He's one of the original craft guys. He developed a lot of the stuff on the craft radios. His name's Dave something. I can't remember his last name at the moment. And well, it wasn't his house that burnt down. It was his garage. But it damaged the house that I think they were going to make the house a total loss as well. And he lost all of his stuff. You know, all of his shit burnt up. He had hundreds of radios hanging on the wall, mostly craft stuff, but all the old stuff. And all the technology, the dual rates and the Expo and all that stuff, he developed all that for craft way back in the day. So, I know the guy. Well, I mean, I don't know him personally, but I know of him. You know, reading in magazines and stuff. So, yeah, he's been around a long time. And, yeah, he lost all his stuff. But he had a whole collection of radios. And the field I used to fly at, he's got a trailer, a 40-foot trailer. And he's got radios, all that old radio. The Futaba Attack, he's got a couple of those. And the same ones I have. And some like that. And he's got all of this stuff from way long ago. In that trailer, and he just hangs on to it for nostalgia. You know, it's just the stuff he grew up with, and he's not going to get rid of it. He doesn't go out there and polish it or anything. I mean, the stuff's filthy dirty, and but he has it, and I get it. You know, I'm like that too. I'm the same way. I keep everything. I can't let anything go. You know, there's so much. Memories that come with these things that I mean, what am I, it's not hurting it. It doesn't cost me anything for it to sit here. It doesn't take up much room. I'm not going to sell it. Nobody's going to buy it, right? And if I throw it away, what am I getting out of it? Nothing, so I just keep it, It's fun to talk about, show it to you guys, get a good laugh, But if you saw the picture of me at that age flying that, you'd really laugh. Yeah, it's pretty funny. Josh, you're always welcome, dude. I'm so glad I met you. You're just a super guy all the way around. The things you do for the vets and stuff, and being a vet, thank you for your service. You're You're definitely a one cool dude. Definitely going to get together one day. We're going to go flying together sometime. We'll have to find an event that we can both go to. You leaving us too, Bill? All right, man. Thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. All you guys. Again, I can't say it enough. I'm so glad you're here. Oh, if they wanted it, I'd donate it to the Model Aviation Museum for sure. Absolutely. I don't think they'd want it. But, it's not that rare. I mean, when flight tests first started out, and I know you guys know that show, most of it anyway, the Josh Bixler and Josh Scott. Well, Josh Scott shows up one day with, making jokes that, can I fly this? And he had this exact radio. I couldn't believe it. I've never seen another one. And he pulled it out and pulled the antenna way out and everything and making jokes like, can I learn to fly on this? And, and Bixler's like, well, you could, but, So, he's just playing the dumb guy. He plays that well. And, yeah. I mean, I would never sell this stuff because I'd never bring any money. And, but yeah, if the Model Aviation Museum wanted this stuff, I would absolutely donate it. But I'm sure they've got at least one or two of each of anything I have. I don't have anything that rare. Now, one thing that's pretty cool, and if you haven't seen it, and I've mentioned this before, but go on YouTube. There's a video, and the title is "The Good Brothers." Good. Good. The Good Brothers. Okay, these two guys basically invented radio control airplanes. They were one of the pioneers. I flew with Walt. Walt was a friend of mine. He retired to Florida here, right down the street from me, had a glider club, and I used to fly with Walt. His AMA number is 11. Okay? So, go watch the video. Walt and his brother talk about their early days in model aviation, how they took free flight airplanes and built a radio. And the radio is the size of a fucking coffee table. I mean, it's... it was this big, this tall, sitting on the ground, with a remote that came off of it that was a big box, and the only thing on the box was a button, right? And you push the button and it would turn left, you push it again, it would go straight, you push it again, it would go right. So if you wanted to go right, straight right, you had to go click, 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 real fast. You had to go to center, left, back to center, and then right again, if you wanted to go right and then right again. So... and that was before we had what we know of today as digital proportional. That was before then. They invented this stuff. So it's a great video. If you get time to go watch it, just do a search for The Good Brothers. That's all you got to look for. And it's not a very long video. It's like 20 or 30 minutes, I think. But it's very interesting. So if you're into this hobby, it's a must-see. I mean, it's just a very, very interesting where the roots of this all started. And it's just very cool. And it was a privilege for sure to know this man. He was just a super nice guy. He passed away several years ago. I ran into his wife one day. When I was working for Allstate, she was an Allstate customer, and I had to do a claim on her car. And when I got to the house, I saw his pictures on the wall, and I told her, I said, I used to fly with your husband. She says, really? Yeah, out at the glider field. Yeah, she was just thrilled that, she met somebody that knew her husband. So, but yeah, it was, so a piece of this hobby that not many people have gotten to share. But if you want to be a part of it, go watch the video. And then you can kind of get the gist of, just where this hobby started and where we are today. Because it's amazing. I know we complain all the time about how expensive this stuff is, but it's a drop in the bucket to what we used to pay. I mean, back in '73, I paid $150 for this used. In '73. That's like $800 in today money. I mean, it's crazy that I bought a 3-channel, does nothing. There's no dual rates, no model memory, no nothing. It's just a stick with trims and a throttle. That's it. And I paid $150 for this used in '73. And I should say my mom paid for it. And today you can buy a, 200 model memory, 10, 15 channel radio with every, mixing and expo and all that crap for $150, brand new. So, the industry is, when you consider what we get today for the money, I've got an old Carl Goldberg kit right there. It's, it's been open, but it's still in the box. It's a balsa kit. I'm going to build it one day. I'm going to do a video on building, a little nostalgia. Here's how we used to fly airplanes, or here's how we used to build airplanes. When we talk about builds today, a build today is putting 9 screws in an airplane, in a foam airplane. That's a build. I'm talking about a box of balsa wood, and you have to punch out everything. It's pre-cut, but you got to punch it all out of the sheets, and then you got to put your plans down on the thing and put some wax paper over the plans, and then start pinning all the shit down to the wax paper, the blueprint, and start gluing it. And we used white glue because there wasn't any CA back then. And the wing would have to sit all night to dry, and the next day you could take it off the board and then build the other half of the wing. And oh my God, And today you can just go buy a plane and bring it home, and in less than an hour you could be in the air with it. It's amazing. It's absolutely amazing. Wow, you have an Eastern or an American airline? No, an Eastern airline medallion. Oh my God, really? That is so cool. That is so cool. Didn't they have silverware too? Didn't I see that on a YouTube video where they were talking about the Eastern, airline medallions, and they actually had silverware that they used to have on the flights? Yeah, that's precious, dude. You should probably hang on to that medallion. That is very special. I mean, if you're going to donate it, the AMA would be absolutely a good place to do it, for sure. But I'd go there personally. Go see the museum and, talk to somebody and say, hey, I have this. Would you be interested? Is it something that would interest you in the museum? A Ziploc bag with, your crystals in it. Now, I kept my crystals in one of those little plastic pill bins. You know what I'm talking about? Where you put your pills in. That was my crystal holder, back in the day. I used to keep all my crystals for my radio. And I still have all that shit. I haven't gotten rid of any of my old stuff. I have everything. I have my old flight box. I think it's on the floor over there. The wooden flight box with your, all your gas bottle strapped to it and all that, your drawers with your tools in it. I have everything. I don't get rid of anything. So I have all my original stuff, everything. You know, my radios with the crystals. You know, I don't even think about going back to that. I mean, you know, and you know why. You know, because waiting for that damn clothespin so that you go fly was just such a pain in the ass. It's just so amazing now that you can go out to the flying field and just turn on and go fly, and you don't have a worry in the world that you're going to shoot somebody down. You don't even think about it. I mean, it's gotten so... We're so complacent with that we forget that even though the radios are, you know, 2.4 gigahertz and we don't have to worry about shooting down, we'll still turn on the goggles and power up our transmitter on a FPV plane knowing that there's only 10 frequencies, or, well, I think there's 40, but there's a good chance you're going to, you know, step all over somebody if you just power up. And we don't even think about it. A guy got me the other day. I was flying my quad, and I flew with... We have some paramotor guys that come out to our flying field, and they go to the other end of the field so that they're not in our way. And that's fine. Bo's, you know, the owner's so cool. Bo's so cool. He's fine with it. Oh, absolutely, you guys can come out and fly. Just, you know, fly down there. You know, I'll mow it for you. And he does. He mows it for him. So I went flying down there with the quad just to, you know, buzz the head guy down there. His name's London. And I was going down there to fly over him. And I get about 3/4 of the way down there, and one of these jokers over here turns his gear on, and my picture goes from, you know, I'm flying down the runway to, you know, he's walking with the quad in his hand, carrying it, and it's swinging back and forth, and I've got all this, you know, flight information on the screen, and I'm like, what the hell happened here, you know? And of course I lost the quad. I mean, luckily, those guys saw where it went. It went into a tree, only about 20 feet up. It was fairly easy to retrieve it. But thank God those guys were down there and watched it go into the tree, or I would have never found the damn thing. I didn't know where it went. After he turned his gear on and I lost my FPV, I was like, okay, great. Where's that going? So, yeah. Yeah, if you guys just don't know how... You guys that just got in the hobby have no idea what it used to be like. I mean, oh my God. You know, you got to the flying field, and the first thing you do when you get there is you take your transmitter out of the car and you go put it in the impound area, because that's the rule. So you can't even keep the radio at your car, you know, it has to go to the impound. And it sits there. And you're not allowed to take the radio out of the impound unless you're going home or you're going to fly. And if you're going to fly, you have to have the clothespin. The clothespins are the frequencies that are available. And there was like 17 of them, I think. And if you didn't have the clothespin, you couldn't take your radio. It had to stay in the impound. And this was supposed to keep us from shooting each other down. But there's always a guy that takes his antenna off his radio and thinks that he can fiddle fart with his airplane over there with the antenna off and not shoot somebody down. And then somebody goes down anyway. You know, and, oh, I didn't think that would matter. I had the antenna off, you know. No, dude, you're not allowed to turn your radio on unless you have the clothespin. I don't care if you got an antenna on it or not. That's the rule. And it used to happen all the time. So, yeah, it's such a different hobby now. It's so much better now. It's amazing how much better. It's night and day better than it used to be. Yeah, we had to have flags on your antenna. Color, you know, the 72 megahertz were two color flags, and the 27 megahertz was a single color flag, and it had to be on the antenna so that anybody could visually look down the runway and see what frequency you're on. You know, so if you're flying yellow and white or blue and white, you know, there's a frequency associated with that, like 72,160, I think was the blue and white. I don't know, and yeah. You had to have that on your antenna, not allowed to fly without it. You had to have the clothespin, the matching clothespin that was, you know, if you have blue and white flags on your antenna, the clothespin's blue and white, and it has the frequency written on it. And that has to be on your antenna, underneath your flags. There were so many rules back then. And, You know, and now you just go out to the field and you don't have to impound your transmitter. You can turn it on anytime you want. You're not going to shoot anybody down. And yeah, it's just amazing. You know, the hobby is a bazillion times better now than it ever was. I mean, back in the day, we thought it was great. But, you know, the clothespin idea wasn't that big a deal, although it was amazing that there'd be 6 people at the flying field, and 3 of the 6 of them are on the same frequency. So you only have 6 people there, but 3 of us can't fly one at a time because we're all on the same frequency. That's when I started investing in extra crystals so that if somebody was on that frequency, I could change to another one. You know, because it was a pain to go out to the flying field and have to sit and wait to fly because the other guys on that same frequency are flying. You know, it's like going to the bar and you want to shoot pool and you got to put your quarters on the pool table, so you know, kind of the same thing. You know, it was a pain in the ass. You know, I mean, back then it wasn't, but today, thinking back at it, it's like, oh my God, I do not want to go back to those days. I very much love our 2.4 radios and, you know, the way things go today. And I love these electric airplanes. I'm so tired of wiping, you know, nitro fuel off my airplane and it gets soaked into the wood, and then you have to... There used to be a product called K2R Spot Remover. I don't know if it's still available. But you could spray that on balsa wood or plywood, and it would penetrate into the wood, and it would actually draw all that nitro fuel oil out of the wood. You could literally get the wood completely dry of all that stuff so that you could glue it back together. You know, if you had a crash or if it just from stress, you know, cracked or broke or whatever, it would get full of fuel, and then it would get soft. And so you use this K2R Spot Remover to pull all that fuel and oil out of the wood, let it dry, and then you could re-glue it and reseal it. So, what a pain in the butt. You know, these electric planes, you just plug the battery and go fly. It's wonderful. Love it. Okay, cool, Flying Time. I'm going to go look at that video. I want to see that medallion. Do a search on YouTube for... I would just look for... airline silverware. Just do a search for that and see if you don't see the video I'm talking about where they were showing I think their pins, their medallions, the silverware from when it's a bunch of old stewardesses from back in the day, and they're talking about, I don't know if it was Pan Am or yeah, I'm not sure if it was Eastern or Pan Am. It's very interesting, though, and since you have the medallion, you'll enjoy the video. So go watch that. It's really cool. So my stream's in the background of the video you just uploaded. That's funny. Oh, you guys kill me. Yeah, but you know, how many people actually change their frequencies or just leave it on what it came with, right? So, you know, even though there's 40 channels plus the race bands, you know, if they buy a bind and fly that's already on a frequency, and you did too, they're both on the same damn frequency, and they don't bother to change it, and you know, and you don't think you need to either, and the next thing you know, you're walking all over each other. You know, it's, you know, 40 channels sounds like a lot, but it's easy to step on each, even adjacent frequencies if you're that close. You know, and when you think about, you know, my quad is probably 2,000 feet away from me, and this guy's 20 feet away from me, walking toward me. So, yeah, of course his transmitter is going to swamp my receiver because my quad's too far away. You know, especially if the frequencies are, like, adjacent. So, yeah, it can be a problem. If you're not thinking, you can easily screw each other up. And a group of us used to fly out the old flying field, and we had an octagon-shaped table, and we would all sit around the table, and we'd all have our quads on the table, and we would all put our headgear on and turn our drones on, and none of us could see anything because we were stepping all over each other because we were all right together. All the transmitters are on the table next to each other, so we're all getting static. So we started doing it in a, okay, Mike, you take off first and, fly off. And then he would fly away, and then the next guy would turn his on and fly away. We had to kind of leave, and to keep the battery usage down, they just go out, 30, 40 feet and land and just sit there and wait, just to get away from the table. And that worked great taking off. Coming back was the problem. After we're racing around the course and we come back to land, as soon as the first guy comes into land, we all lose our signal. Not all of us, but some of us, because he's stepping on our, he's landing his copter on the table with the transmitter live, and, so we're getting walked on and we can't see ours. So now we're crashing out in the field and we got to go walk out there to get it. So... I mean, it's part of the hobby, and we had fun, but it got annoying after a while, If you have to keep walking out to pick up your quad because the other guy come in and, landed on the table instead of landing out far away, 20 feet out, and he would walk out there and unplug it and then bring it to the table, then everybody's fine. But now everybody has to show off and land theirs on the table, and when they do that, the rest of us lose ours, so it was a constant battle. Yeah, I'm waiting for that. I'm waiting for them to get, the channel hopping video like they do, so that we don't have this stepping all over each other with the video, because it is a problem. And it's not a big problem. Nothing like the old days with the clothespin problem, but it's still, these are young kids that are coming out there for the fly, and they're not thinking. They're not thinking about anybody else for sure. So they don't even ask or to see if anybody else is flying. And you really don't have to ask. All you have to do is put your goggles on first. Flip them on. Put them on, see if you got anybody's picture. Is anybody, okay, I've just got static, nobody's flying, and then put it through auto scan and let it scan to see if it can find a channel that anybody's on. Nope. Okay, nobody's on, I can fly. But they're not going to do that. They just turn their transmitter on, and if you lose your signal, well, oh, sorry. Well, yeah, my quad just flew away. You're sorry. Mark Z. Good to see you. You work for you're thanking me for the history lesson. Have you been here all night? I don't think I saw you. Or you just been lurking? Hey, you're welcome for the history lesson. Go watch the Good Brothers video. You guys will absolutely enjoy that. Trust me. When you see where this hobby started and what we're doing today, you'll just be amazed. I can't explain it in terms you're going to understand. You got to go watch it. You just won't believe it. It's absolutely amazing what we have today and what we started with. Walt and his brother were one of the pioneers, and I'm telling you, it's just an amazing video to watch. So go check that out, The Good Brothers. That's all you got to type. And you want to talk about a history lesson. Holy crap. You will love that. That's okay, Mark. You can come as late as you want. Stay as long as you want. We don't mind. It's cool. I'm glad you're here. You can always rewatch this later if you missed anything interesting about the plane and stuff. And next week I'll have a build video up, because it's not going to take me long to build this, because I'm very excited to put this together. So it's definitely moved to the top of the chart, man, right now. My honey-do list is off the refrigerator. This is the honey-do list right here. The Circus store. Oh my God. Holy crap, that's a long time ago. I forgot all about that. Wow. Yep. Dakin, welcome. Yes, I got your message about the video. Thank you. Appreciate that. Glad you enjoyed that. Joseph Youngblood. Well, there's a new one I haven't seen here before. Let me give you a wrench. Welcome. So where did you hear from about me? Did you pick it up on Facebook, or how did you find my show? Yeah, Ruffins, we tried that too. We all put ours down on the very low wattage, and that helped for sure. But our course was pretty big, and we were starting to get static at the farthest point. So it was a kind of a mix between, having enough power to see way out there and not overpower. And sometimes it didn't make any difference. And one of the guys figured out the frequencies that we should be using each other, so that we were not stepping on each other. And that worked for the most part, but still, when we were right there on the table together, it was swamping all of us. Not one guy was swamping everybody, but, mine was swamping him, and his was swamping him, and, it was kind of... So we finally figured out that we just need to get them, either walk them away and set them down, or one at a time fly off and go land away from the table until we're all out and ready to fly, and then we'd all take off together and head for the first gate. So, and we had way more fun than problems, for sure. It was definitely a lot of fun to race them around the course. Definitely had a good time doing that. Just scored a terrific condition Phoenix 7. Wow. Really? What, that was wasn't that a fiberglass fuselage balsa wing? If it's the plane I'm thinking of. Is that resurrected? Is that what that says? Did you crash the Tiger Cat? Yeah, Dakin, I know what plane that is. Yeah, it's yeah, classic pattern. Pretty big plane. It wasn't like a 60. I think it took a 60 size engine. Yeah, it was. We had a few of those flying in the club. The club I joined down here when I first moved down here, yeah, 61, yep, was a pattern club, and it was like, I don't fly pattern. I mean, I like flying pattern, but, a pattern contest is judged, and, it's an opinion. So, Mr. Decker, welcome. Thank you. Yes, the P-40 is sweet. This is a sweet airplane. I talked about, you'll have to watch the video back. At the beginning, I talk about the good, bad, and the ugly of this LX plane. I like the good's good enough to put away, to overcome the bad and the ugly. But I talked all about the construction of it, the materials, it's not all good, but it's good enough. I mean, I'll live with the bad for sure, or I'll overdo the bad. I'll correct the bad. But I've been wanting this plane a long time. So I finally pulled the trigger. So. Oh, so you had an ESC come apart and lost a motor. Yeah. Well, sorry to hear that. Which is it? The FMS Tiger Cat or the Flightline one? Yeah. Well, see, that's I fly for fun too, but I do like to compete. I loved pylon racing. I did that for a long time, and I loved it. I love the speed. I love the competition, and there's no opinion. You get there first, you win. End of story. And so I love doing that. And I've got one of my pylon races is right there. It's an old fiberglass. I think it was called the Little Tony. And then my P-51's in the house that I have to. This one's fiberglass. The one in the house is balsa. And I'm going to redo it in the Voodoo paint scheme. Just to, it drastically needs a facelift. And I decided I'm just going to put it in the. You leaving, Fred? Well, thank you for being here, buddy. Appreciate you being here. Hope you enjoyed the show. I'll try to get this thing together tomorrow for you guys. Do a video and get it together, and you can maybe tomorrow you get to watch the video. If not, for sure next week. If I don't get it up tomorrow, I'm gonna be busy all weekend flying. Unless the weather's bad, then I'll finish the video. But yeah, it's a sweet bird for you guys that haven't seen it. Yeah, there's a whole other world out there, guys, besides Motion RC and Horizon Hobbies. I know a lot of you guys are pretty much, focused right there, and, if they don't have it, you don't want it. But, yeah, there's a lot more out there, you just have to go out and look around. There's a lot of different hobby shops out there selling a lot of different stuff. I haven't even seen all of it. There's guys coming out the flying field all the time with planes from Twisted Hobbies and all different kinds of places that have these, different airplanes. A lot of 3D stuff, a lot of profile 3D stuff, and, prop and slot jets and all kinds of stuff. Man, there's just so much out there that you just have to just got to go out there and explore. Oh, so you've got the Flightline 1600mm Spitfire. Yeah, I've been wanting that plane for a long time. Not as long as this one. I've been wanting this one for like 6 years. The Spitfire hasn't been around for 6 years yet, I don't think. But yeah, that's one on my radar for sure. I really want that big Spitfire. It's a pretty airplane. So yeah, that's definitely been on my list for sure. So yeah, Tower Hobbies has had a now it's Horizon, but back when it was just Tower, they had a lot of airplanes. Phoenix models. And then they still have that, but I mean, back then there was very unique stuff, you know, that was being put out. Phoenix used to make a beautiful giant scale what the hell's the name of that thing? Oh, crap, I can't think of the name of it. You know, Howard Hughes designed Lockheed Constellation, the Connie. Phoenix Models used to make a beautiful Connie plane. And if you go on YouTube watching some of the big scale stuff over in Germany, you'll see 3 or 4 of them flying in formation. It's a beautiful airplane. Love to get my hands on one. But they don't sell it. You can go to Phoenix's website and they still have the Connie as their backdrop. You know, it's the wallpaper for the website, but they don't sell the plane anymore. I'm like, what the hell? You know, you still got it up as your wallpaper and you don't sell the plane? I'd love to have that airplane. God, that thing's beautiful. I'm a huge Connie fan. So when I saw that model from Phoenix, I was like, oh my God, that thing is beautiful. Yes, Ruffin, this is the 79-inch wing. Yep, that's what this is. This is that big. So I was showing guys earlier for you guys that just got here. So here's the Avanti horizontal stab. Most of you guys have an Avanti or have seen an Avanti. And then here's the P40 horizontal stab for a size comparison. Yeah, there's just a little bit of a difference there between the Avanti and the so it just gives you a taste of just how big this thing is, because God, it's big. It's not near as long as the airliner, you know, the AL-37 that Motion just came out with, but it's going to take up more room in my car than the airliner. You know, the airliner's kind of narrow and the tail feathers are not that big. So getting the airliner in the car, I'd be able to get the airliner in the car and my Cessna 150. But there ain't no way of getting this in the car with the Cessna 150. This is going to take up the whole damn car. You know, I'll still be able to put a plane under the shelf, and I'll still be able to put 2 planes in the rack in front of the shelf. But on the shelf, this is going to take up the whole shelf. That's all I'm going to get on there is this. So there ain't going to be any multiple planes on the shelf like I do with the other ones. Thank you, Flying Time. Appreciate that. You know, I love the plugs, so thank you. Do what you can. I thank you. Can't thank you enough. Yeah, Deacon, the Connie is. You got to go watch the video. There's all these. What do they call it? Like super giant scale. Just do a search for giant scale fly. There's all these shows from Germany, I think mostly Germany, where they fly all these giant airliners and these Connies and all this big stuff. And there's always these 3 guys with Connies. 2 of them are, I think 2 of them are gas powered and 1's electric. 4 electric motors on the one, and the other 2 I think have 4, you know, nitro motors or gas motors. They're big airplanes. I mean, the wingspans are like 10, 12 foot. Beautiful airplanes. You know, one's in a TWA paint scheme. One's in that German company, I think. Yeah, it's a German, that Lingenberg or something. I forget. I can't remember what the third one is, paint scheme wise. But they're beautiful airplanes. You know, and they seem to fly really good. It's fun watching them fly. Where's the rest of the Avanti? It's in my car. Actually, no, it's in the bedroom. I took it out to put the F4 in the car. That's part of Avanti number 2. I'm on version 3. So, quick story on that. When the Avanti first came out, there were a lot of, and that's part of the reason, like the Airliner and the new SU-30. I'm not buying any more first-run airplanes because I went through 3 Avantis. This is one of the originals, the first run. These control surfaces are these tiny, tiny little narrow plastic pieces that the control horn's part of that were just glued on. So there's no surface area for the glue to really grab onto, and then they weren't putting enough glue on them. So these were pulling out of the controls, and people were crashing Avantis. It's all over. If you go to the Squawk, the Hobby Squawk forum, there's a whole Avanti section, and at the beginning, that's all they talked about is how these control horns were pulling out of the airplane, and everybody's crashing their Avantis, including me. So that was Avanti number 1. And this is, I think this is the horizontal stab from Avanti 1. So, I bought a second one. Still a first run, it was out of the first run edition. Since then they've corrected that. They've put all new control horns on it, which are much bigger, 3 times bigger pad. So more gluing area, more area to get a good bite on the foam so it doesn't pull out. And then the second thing that was a big bitch in the room in the Squawk was the control board, the little circuit board, everything plugged into, were shorting out. So it was all over that. Everybody was talking about how they were bypassing the board with all the control surfaces. They still had the lights and I think the retracts plugged into the board, but all the surfaces, they just Y-harnessed everything and did away with the board. And so Avanti 2 was the Avanti Plus. I didn't need another fan unit or speed control. I had it from the first one. So I bought Avanti Plus, and of course, again, it was a first run. So I'm flying that around for a couple months, and then I'm at an air show down in Venice here, Florida. And it's an event that Flex Aviation sponsors. So I'm down there with the Avanti, and I take off, and as soon as I hit the gear switch, the second I hit the gear switch, it shut the whole thing down, except the motor. I immediately got my telemetry said, telemetry low, no, RSSI low, telemetry lost. Which meant that the radio shut off, and that's what happens when you unplug the battery, or you kill the power to the receiver. Is it has RSSI low, telemetry lost. So I lost control of the plane. So now it's in a half throttle takeoff, slightly right bank. So it took off. It's building speed, rolling like this, and it just rolled right into the ground. And that was number 2. Lost 2 Avantis now. So, and well-documented problems, on the Squawk, but, never heard anything from Horizon or Motion about it. So I bought Avanti number 3 was just a fuselage and a canopy. I took the wings. I was able to salvage wings off the other 2 and the tail surfaces off the other 2 to put one good Avanti back together. So I have an Avanti that flies beautiful, but it looks like ass. It's got so much damage all over it, and wear, and it's got a lot of flights on it. But it's still the old control surfaces. It's just So I got to talk to James because I think I deserve, after putting up the video that sold them thousands of airplanes, I think I deserve a new Avanti. Yes, the Avanti is a 6S. Yes. So I want to talk to James nothing against James, and it's not, no, he wasn't even working for Motion when all this took place, so it's not his fault or anything. But he made a comment on Ryan's show one night about them sending out these TSBs when they found a problem with their airplanes. Well, I never got a TSB on the Avanti, and I crashed 2 of them. No fault of mine. You know, both times it was failures that were well documented on the Squawk, and I lost 2 airplanes. So that's, you know, almost $600. And then I had to spend another $100 for a fuselage to put it all back together for the 3rd time. And so now that's the one I'm flying, and like I said, it flies fine. It just doesn't look very good. You know, there's a lot of wear on these planes from the crashes, and you know, you crash in the weeds and the little like sawgrass sticks. You know, go right through the foam. You know, it's got puncture it's got puncture wounds all over it from that stuff, and it's scraped up, and the decals are peeling off, and it's just not a very pretty plane anymore. It's a good flying plane, but it's not very pretty. I'm almost to the point now where I'm going to strip it all the decals off of it, and it's James's fault. Everything is James's fault. I'm thinking about stripping it, repainting it slightly, not drastically different, just kind of dialing it up a little bit, and then taking the black checkerboards off the red version and putting them on my yellow one, just to get a new look and a little different contrast than the silver checkers on the white plane with yellow. They have black checkers on the red plane. So I'm thinking about buying the red decal sheet and redoing mine to make it look different. But I don't know. But yeah, I just want to plug James a little bit. Not a big deal. I'm not mad at him or anything. It's nothing to do with that. But I know that my 7-minute on a 3300 30C video sold them a lot of fucking airplanes. I sold 6 planes out at my flying field alone, just bringing it out there and flying it. 6 guys out there bought Avantis. And I know my video sold a shitload of planes. And Motion even thanked me for putting the video up. It's the very first comment, because I pinned it to the top, thanking me for putting this beautiful video up, and that they never intended to show, you know, fly the plane for 7 whole minutes on a 3300, and you know, so yeah, I think they owe me an airplane. Okay, so I think the Carbon Z28 is gone again already, but I think they're going to get more of them. I don't see the P40 going away ever. So you've got plenty of time to buy that. So, and I'll be honest with you, I mean, I know this is going to be a good flyer, but that T28 is the best plane anybody's made. So absolutely get the Carbon ZT28. That plane is so much fun to fly. It is so beautiful in the air because it's so damn big. It's bigger than this, and this is big. It's the same wingspan. They're both 2,000 millimeter wingspan, but the T28, my God, the fuselage is like this big around. And well, you know, I mean, it's huge. Everybody, when I fly that plane, everybody just can't stop talking about it. It looks real in the sky. If it had damn nav lights on it, which is what they need to put on it, by the way, you know, if that plane needs, you know, for that big a plane and as much as they're charging for it, it should have lights. But yeah, absolutely buy the T28. That's the greatest airplane anybody's made. I love the way it flies. I love the way it looks. It's just a beautiful airplane. There's no way around it. This is too, don't get me wrong. But this plane has been around a long time, and I don't think it's going anywhere. I haven't seen LX models discontinue anything they make. Everything they make is still available, and they keep coming out with new stuff. So, you know, I'm surprised. Rich Baker did a couple videos, I think, on the Su-29. I think it was, the Russian plane, not the Su-30 that they just came out with. They're riding this, but the 29. And Rich was talking about the same pins that are in this to hold the wings together and stuff. How to install them in it, and beefing up some control surfaces with some extra hobby grade 64th inch plywood and bunch of little mods he made to the plane to make it a lot better. And it looked beautiful, flew beautiful. I mean, Rich can fly the shit out of anything. And it's a great airplane. I can't believe. Well, maybe they are selling a lot of them. I mean, it's very possible. But nobody made a big stink over that plane like they do this Su-30. Granted, the Su-30 is a beautiful paint job. I love that red, white, and blue scheme they have on that plane. It's gorgeous. But it's $500 frickin' dollars. Wow. Too much. Can't afford that. That's a good point, Marshall. I don't know that you can get parts for the LX models. It seems like one of the things my A10, this canopy's supposed to open. You see in this picture here. From the radio, it's motorized. You hit a switch, the canopy slides back and opens. Well, mine didn't work from day one. So that was one of the defects that they were supposed to fix. And that's why I got the plane for free. Because that didn't work. One of the wingtip nav lights was out, and it's wired into the servo. So they'd have to send me and it's, the servo's all the way out by the wingtip. So it's got to have a super long cable on it. So they would have to send me the long cable wire with the servo and the nav light as an assembly. So I could put it in the wing to fix that, because the nav light was out, the canopy didn't open. I think those were the only two things wrong with the plane. And I contacted them like the way they wanted me to contact them, and I didn't hear back. And tried to contact them again, didn't hear back. So I filed a claim with PayPal, got my money back, and then they contacted me. But it's that mechanism for the canopy has been on back order at Banana since I bought this airplane, which was like 3 or 4 years ago. It's still on back order. So the part support seems to be terrible from LX models. I don't know if it's Banana's just afraid to call them to ask for them, or if they just don't make them. Everything they make, they put into a kit and send it out. I don't know what the deal is. All I know is that I never was able to get that mechanism to make that canopy open, and I fixed the wing myself. I just got a new LED, and I had to splice it in, pull the wires out of the wing a little bit, splice it all in, put it back in, and so I fixed that. But I was never ever to get the canopy to open. So. Yeah, you're right, Marshall. It's it literally costs them pennies to make this. I mean, they had to spend some money to make the molds. I understand that. They had to pay, an artist to mold this and put all the panel lines on it and all that to scale proportions and all that. I get that. There's an investment initially. But after that, it's literally pennies per plane in foam to inject the foam into the mold and pop out an airplane that they charge us $420, $500, whatever. So it's they're getting their money back hand over fist in the prices that they're charging for these silly foam airplanes that they literally have pennies in and invested in it. Which plane are we talking about, Decker? The 550, 499. Which plane are we talking about? $100,000 for a mold? I don't know. Honestly, I can't say that. You know, that sounds way high to me, but you know, it's more likely that, you know, Horizon Hobbies molding their own airplanes. You know, not at the hobby warehouse, but they have a factory that they probably own, and they pay some guy minimum wage or a bowl of rice a day or whatever to carve this thing out of, you know, clay or whatever they make the plug out of, and then cast the mold, and then they put the mold in. There's a video on YouTube showing them how they make these airplanes. Just do a search for, I think, foam injected planes, foam injected RC airplane, and they show you that, you know, the two halves come together, and then you see the hoses all flexed, that they pump the foam into it, and then they wait, you know, 15 seconds, open it up, pop the plane out of it, boom. it's that quick. It was amazing to watch. You know, everything was hydraulically operated, when the way the two pieces come together and then they come apart, and you know, they just pop the plane out of the mold. And so, but I would find it hard to believe that they would spend that kind of money on a mold. Okay, well, see, I'll tell you the logic there, Mr. Cub Crazy. You put, you know, $2,000 or $3,000 in a turbine and you crash it, you lost $2,000 or $3,000. Okay, you pay, you know, $500 per plane to have 10 planes. You got $5,000 in 10 planes. You have a crash, you lost one airplane. You got 9 more to fly. So that's how I justify that. You know, everybody always says, oh, well, if you sell all those planes, you can buy a turbine. Yeah, then I have all my eggs in one basket. I have one airplane that's worth $5,000, and if I crash it, I'm out $5,000. So, yeah, that's not a... I'd rather have my 10 $500 airplanes. You know, believe me, I think the turbine's cool, and I'd like to own one day, if I ever hit the lottery or something, but... You know, it's no contest for me. I'll take the 10 $500 planes over the one turbine all day long and twice on Sunday. You know, because, you know, we all crash. It's going to happen. You know, but it would kill me to crash that $5,000 jet. You know, I mean, literally, it would kill me. That's just too big a loss, all in one, you know, one shot. So if I crashed one of the other planes, I still got 9 more. You know, and, you know, how much is it going to cost me to fix that plane? You know, like my perfect example is my F-22. I crashed that. I lost it in the sky because it was a gray, cloudy day, and I'm flying a gray airplane in a gray, cloudy day. And I went out to where I usually go, which is pretty far out, to make my final approach for landing. And I lost orientation. I could see the airplane. It was a gray blob in the middle of the gray sky, but I couldn't tell. So I lost orientation. I saved it. It didn't go straight in or go in inverted or anything. It went in flat, right side up, but it hit, I think it hit a tree stump with the nose when it went in. So there was 0 damage to the wings, the verticals, You know, everything, the stabilizers, the rudders, the wings, everything was perfect. Canopy, even the nose, the nose cone survived the crash. But it wrinkled up the front end where the nose gear mounted. And it bent the nose gear. That was the only damage. You know, the nose gear and that part of the fuselage. And I didn't even want to attempt to fix it. The structure up there is so sparse because of how narrow it is up there that, you know, to get it back together with any strength in it, it was going to be a lot of work, and I just decided, screw it. So I bought a new fuselage for like it was $129. That's all it took to fix that plane, was $129 fuselage. You didn't have to buy anything else. Everything else was reusable. Everything else was in perfect condition. Well, the nose gear. I had to buy a nose gear. So that was another $27, I think. So, you know, you're not going to fix your turbine if it crashes for that kind of money. You know, basically $150. No, not going to happen. So yeah, listen, I'm not knocking the turbine at all. I love them. I just can't afford them. You know, it's not on my radar screen at all to buy a turbine plane. It's just way too much money to have one airplane. I'll take my $500 foamies all day long, you know, until I can literally afford to drop $5 grand on an airplane and lose it and not care. So, you leaving us, Brian? All right, man. You have a good night. Glad you were here. I think you commented earlier in my video. Appreciate it. As always, guys, I love having you here. Last month at my field, a guy lost a $9,000 vector thrust turbine. Yep. On the Maiden. Yeah. See, I just can't. You know, I can't do it. You know, I just can't do it. I can't, as much as I want to do it, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I cannot afford to lose that kind of money in one hit. You know, I'd have to crash all 10 airplanes, which is not going to happen. So I would be flying my 9 additional airplanes after crashing the one for the next 10, 15 years. And the turbine jet is gone. You know, in one swoop, it's over. So, yeah, it's just not something I'm going to do. You know, people tell me that all the time. Oh, with the amount of money you got in those planes, you could have a turbine. Yep, you're right, I could. One turbine. One turbine plane versus the 10 or 20 of these. You know, it's not a trade-off for me. That's not a logical trade. Don't want a turbine that bad. So, I'll wait. The prices are coming down. They're going to get more and more reasonable, especially these foamies now. The foamy turbines are going to corner the market. I guarantee you. They're going to get those things down to about $1,000 complete. You know, plug and play. Put a receiver in it, go fly it. And even at $1,000, I don't think I'll be a player. But it'll be real tempting at $1,000 to be a player. I can tell you that. You know. But we got a ways to go, because right now it's $1,000 for the plane without the turbine, and then you got to buy the turbine. So you're always it's you know, realistically it's $2,000 and up to get into a turbine. I think. If I'm wrong, you know, let me know. But I'm pretty sure you can't get into a turbine for less than $2 grand. You know, and that's just not. I don't want to spend $2,000 on an airplane, and that's the bare bones minimum. You know, now if it's an airplane I want, it's probably going to be a lot more money. You know, so. You want, not you don't want, you want to deal with the complexity of a turbine. Is that right? Is that what you meant to say, or you don't want? Crazy. Mr. Crazy. um, listen, if you haven't watched the HSD video on the foamy turbine, foamy jet, you got to go watch it, because they've got it down to a science. I mean, it's a literally flip a switch and it does everything for you. The whole startup procedure and everything is automatic. You don't have to do anything. You throttle up and throttle down and the damn thing starts itself. You know, I mean, they've got it down to a science. So that part of it doesn't scare me at all. It's just the price tag. I know I can fly it. I'm not the least bit worried about flying it. Yeah, that's another thing. You know, there's a really funny video. I mean, it's not funny, but it's kind of funny. There's an A10 X-Jet. I don't know if you guys know who Bruce Simpson is. He's over in New Zealand. He's got 2 channels, RC Model Review, where he talks about radios and airplanes and you know, reviews the stuff, you know, on a professional level. You know, very, very professionally done. Super smart guy. And then he has another channel called X-Jet. And on X-Jet, they just go out to the flying field and have fun. And he videotapes them crashing and playing and big events. So they had a big event out there. They have a big jet event at that field. And this guy's got an A10 twin jets. And I think he gets it in the air and one of the jets catches on fire. So he hurry-ups and lands, and he taxis all the way down the far end of the runway. So the damn thing's they got to run all the way down there to put the fire out, right? So they get down there and with a fire extinguisher, and they're, you know, shooting the thing, and it goes out, and then it recatches. It starts back on fire. And they put it out again, and it starts back on fire. They put it out again, and then the other engine catches on fire. So now they're both burning, and you know, on and off. You know, they get this one out, then this one starts, and this one goes on, this one starts, and back and forth. I think it must have gone through 12 fire extinguishers trying to keep this thing from burning to the ground. It was just ridiculous to watch how much they had to try to, you know, to keep it from burning to the ground. It was, I mean, it was a job. But they finally got it, you know, they stopped firing, you know, re-burning, and saved the airplane. But oh my God, you know. So, yeah, $200 just for the fire extinguisher. Yeah. Right. So, Colin, you've got $700 just in gear, and that's not the jet, right? You're not talking about the engine. You're just talking about, you know, probably not the airframe either, just all the peripheral stuff you need to make it work. Yeah, it's a very expensive way to go. You know, and your T-33 heard you. Hey, I love your T-33, dude. I love it. Now, I've been looking at that plane for a long time. I love it. But, you know, out of my price range. You know, I'd love to have it, you know, one day maybe. But, you know, that's definitely one I would want to buy. I really like that airplane. You know, that's how I mean, all I caught was the back part of the tail, and I knew what it was. Yeah, that's how familiar I am with that airplane. The other night on your show, when I came on the show and saw just the back of the tail, I knew exactly what plane that was. So, yeah, I'm not knocking them. I think they're beautiful. I'd love to have one. If I had money to burn, literally, I would own one. But it's just not on my radar at all. It's just way out of my price range. You know, I mean, I'll take 10 $500 planes all day long if I'm going to buy one turbine jet. So, yeah, it's just not in the cards yet for me. Yeah, well, Bruce is ranting for a few reasons. One, um, I'm sure you're aware he's got Parkinson's and he thinks he's only got a limited amount of time to make videos. So he's trying to put as much content out there as he can, so that after he dies, or at the very least can't perform at all anymore because his Parkinson's has gotten so bad that he can't function, that his videos will bring enough revenue to keep his wife, you know, comfortable. So he's been doing a lot of videos, you know, just to try to get content out there to increase his view times and increase his income of, you know, off the channel. Um, you know, um, I agree with most of the stuff that Bruce says normally. Um, it's hard not to agree with most of what he says. I mean, you know, he was kind of ragging on Free Sky because they sent him all that stuff to review and none of it worked. Well, you know, I agree with him. You know, damn, they should have at least tested it before they sent it to him and made sure it worked. And if it wasn't compatible with the old radio, then they should have sent him a radio too, so you could put it all together and test it, you know. But to send him a bunch of stuff that didn't work and is not backwards compatible to the old radios he's got was pretty stupid. Not only for sending it to him, but for making it you know, retro to the old stuff compatible. That's just stupid. I don't know why anybody would do that. But, yeah. So he's, you know, he was one of the, by far, he was one of the biggest influences, I think, to anybody about buying a Taranis Plus, was because Bruce thoroughly tested it. And that's why I bought mine, you know. The price and having Bruce make those videos talking about it, and, you know, yeah, that's what sold me on that radio. I've been looking for 4 months. And I finally, after really researching that radio hard, I made the call that was the radio I wanted. So, but yeah, apparently they've come out with some new stuff now, and the new stuff's not backwards compatible to the old stuff. So I won't be buying any of the new stuff, because I'm not buying a new radio. I'm keeping the two I have. I'll just buy old stuff. A lot of the stuff they're coming out with I don't want anyway. You know, gyro stabilization receivers that you have to program on your laptop or computer. No thanks. Not interested. Don't need the stabilization. Don't need the gyro. Just want a receiver that I can plug everything into and turn on and program the rest of it in the transmitter to do what I want it to do. That's all I need. I don't need anything crazier than that. You know, I don't need your radio colon so I can watch Netflix. Just kidding. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, it's everybody's, listen, that's why the world is such a fun place. Everybody's got different wants and different opinions, and that's why they keep coming out with product for everybody that has different opinions. So I'm pretty certain that the IX20 is going to have a very limited niche of market, but that's fine. You know, nothing wrong with that. You know, one of the guys that Paul out at the flying field, just when the IX12 came out, he was just all over it. He couldn't wait to get a radio that he could go shopping, you know, on Amazon on the radio, and he just kept talking about all the stuff the radio would do besides fly the plane. He never mentioned that it flies an airplane, or how cool it is that it flies it and can do this while you're flying it. Never. All he talked about was all the things that basically the Android system that's in the radio. That's all he talked about, is all that stuff it could do. He didn't give a crap that it could fly an airplane. So I just thought that was comical. You know, I want a radio that flies the airplane. I don't need a radio that can go online and I can order lunch and watch Netflix and whatever else it does. Skype with somebody. I don't need a radio that does all that. I need a radio that flies the airplane. I have other things to do all that other stuff. So, but, that just proves that there's people that want that technology, just because it's cool. And, what's that? Air shows. You got both IX12 and the IX20. Yeah, I knew you had the 12 already, so I know you have both. Yeah. Are you a paid pilot for anybody, Colin? Is anybody sponsoring you? Well, I guess you said that Warbird guys are sponsoring you, and then there was another. I mean, are they just giving you free stuff, or are you getting a check? I don't want to know numbers. I don't want that personal information. I just kind of want to know, what's going on with you as far as, how good are they taking care of you? You already told me that Horizon didn't offer you shit, so... But what about these other guys? Yeah, Marshall, but what I hear about these new Spectrum receivers is that they're not backwards compatible. In other words, they aren't going to talk to your old Spectrum gear. They're only going to talk to the new stuff. Now, that's something I heard. It's not something I know for fact or anything else. But I had heard that these new Spectrum receivers are not going to be backwards compatible. Meaning, like, somebody that owns a DX6i, it's not going to work. So, I already know they've eliminated, everything so far that's come out from Horizon has been DXM2 and DSMX. They've done away with the DSM2. The new receivers do no longer support DSM2. And the module I have in my radio that flies my Spectrum stuff is DSM2. So that module will no longer fly the new stuff, and the only plane I bought so far that has that new receiver in it is the 1.2 millimeter Aptera. The small Aptera. My radio will not fly it. The Spectrum module I have will not fly that plane. I have to bind it to my DS6i, and so that's proof right there that they did eliminate the DSM2. I don't know why. I'm sure it's not saving them a penny. It's just forcing people to buy a new radio. And that's not going to happen. I'm not going to buy a new Spectrum radio to fly their stuff. I'll just buy their plug-and-play stuff and put my own gear in it. So, I think they're shooting themselves in the foot. But, wow, that's quite a few sponsors, Colin. That's pretty cool. Now, if you go to an event, like they want you to go to Joe Nall, do any of those guys, or do they all contribute? Do they pay your way there, pay your room and board, pay your food, pay your entry, or are you on your own? Just all they're doing is giving you discounts to sponsor them. Or do they actually pay you to go to these events? And do they actually ask you to go to specific events? You never know when you need to order Jimmy John's from the transmitter. Yeah, when you need it freaky fast. That's funny. Yeah, I guess that's true. You know, I guess I couldn't pull my phone out and do that. Because we never have these on us. Yeah, so I got to carry my transmitter around now so I can order Jimmy John's. uh, exactly, but so I agree with you 100%. I need a radio that does the job. It flies the airplane. For me, it's got to have the telemetry that the FrSky has, not just basic telemetry. This is high advance, tell you anything you want to know telemetry. That's cheap, and I mean dirt cheap. $30. That was my main criteria for my new radio, and the FrSky fit the bill. That's why I bought it. Don't care if it's an Android. I don't care if it's Wi-Fi. I don't care. I don't need any of that. I want it to fly the airplane. It's like, when I got my phone. I got this. I think it was the LG phone I got first, and I love the way the LG phone works. It's because it's a phone. It's a phone first, and then it does other things. But I got one damn phone, and I can't remember what brand it was. It might have been a Samsung phone years ago. And it did everything but be a phone. It didn't want to be a phone. It wanted to be a tablet. It wanted to be it wanted to be everything but a goddamn phone. And I didn't need it to do everything. I needed it to be a phone, and it didn't want to be a phone. So I hated that damn thing. It was a pain in the ass. It didn't do anything simple as a phone. It tried really hard to not be a phone, be everything else but a phone. And what I mean by that is, it wanted to be on the internet. It wanted you to do, order stuff off the internet, and it didn't want to answer phone calls, and that's what I needed. I needed a phone. I wasn't looking for a tablet or a computer. I wanted a phone. And it didn't want to be a phone. So I hated that thing. It drove me nuts. Finally got rid of it. It's a perfectly good phone. And I dumped it and bought a brand new LG phone again so that I had a phone that wanted to be a phone. So me personally, not knocking the radio, but the iX12 and the iX20 I have no use for. It's for me. I don't need all that extra stuff. I just need to fly the airplane. I have other things to do, other stuff. I just need it to fly the airplane and give me my telemetry. And the iX12 doesn't, and N20 don't fit that bill. They'll do telemetry, but it's way too expensive. And the radio itself is way too expensive, and then the telemetry is way too expensive. So yeah, it's just that's not a phone. That's not a radio I'd ever want, personally. It's cool and everything, but it doesn't do what I want. It doesn't want to be a radio to fly airplanes. It wants to be everything else. So. I can make my radio say anything you want it to say when I flip, in high rates. I can have it play music. That's easy. My radio can be programmed to do all of that. I can have it say anything in my own voice, in your voice, and some Australian woman's voice. I can have it play music. I've downloaded music onto the thing. I mean, the radio's literally, it'll do anything you want it to do. I haven't been able to find anything that radio won't do. Nothing. And it was $185, and I can make it do anything you want it to do. It's an amazing radio. So, the versatility of it being OpenTX, open source, is just amazing. It can do anything. It literally. Well, it can't go on the internet and order Jimmy John's. It can't do that. But it can fly an airplane and talk and play music and all that kind of stuff. Does all that wonderfully. Display my battery voltages, talk to me and tell me what my battery voltages are in flight as often as I want. Flip of a switch, or just every 15, 10, 9, 12, 7 seconds, whenever I want, or just every time I flip the switch, both, it just does everything. And that's what I wanted. I wanted a radio that did everything. And I didn't want a radio that doesn't want to be a radio. It wants to be a tablet, a phone. Everything but be a radio. Fly airplanes. So yeah, there's a package on the Tyrannus you can get called the Amber package, and she says the funniest shit, like, was it meant to do that? Or, please don't talk to me, I'm busy. You're fucked! What else does she say? Oh my god, she says some funny, not that switch. Oh yeah, that one, I like that one. If you flip that switch one more time, what else does she say? Shit, oh my god, it's hilarious, the shit she says. Negative Ghost Rider, the pattern is full. She giggles, So I have it when I'm doing a spiral roll. She giggles while I'm rolling. So I'm rolling and she's going... So, and I'll tell you when that's really fun. It sounds corny and everything, but I'll tell you when it's really fun is when you're flying FPV with the goggles on, sitting at a table with the other guys, and you're all flying around, and all of a sudden one of the guys' radios says, "You're fucked!" We knew he just crashed. We didn't have to see it. We just heard it. She said, "You're fucked." Okay, well, you crashed. That's hilarious. Some of the stuff she says is just, funny as shit when you're blind, literally because of the goggles. You're only looking through so you can't see what's going on, but you can hear what she's telling you, and it's hilarious. So that we were all laughing so hard we could hardly fly our own shit, So, yeah, it was, it's funny. At first, I thought the Amber package was really cool, but I wasn't going to take the time to download it. I was like, whatever. It's, yeah, it's funny and cool, but it's not going to fly my plane any better, and it's not any usable information. It's not telling me my flaps are down, or, it's laughing at me and making jokes, so it really wasn't useful. So I wasn't going to do it. But then one of the guys bought a Tyrannus, and he wanted the Amber package in his radio. So I tried to download it, and I wouldn't download for some reason. I can't remember what had happened. But the guy at the field I was flying with already had it on his radio, so I copied it off his radio onto my radio, and then I copied it from my radio onto my buddy's radio that wanted it. And, of course, I already had it on my radio at that point, so I just kept it, But that's the only reason I got the Amber package, so I could give it to the other guy. And but, yeah, I mean, now I'm glad I have it, because it's funny when I'm demoing the radio to somebody and I'll play... I have one model set up that has like 10 or 12 of her best stuff. So I just start flipping switches on the radio, and she starts saying all this stuff, which is just hilarious. So motor start, motor stop, motor start, motor stop, motor start. That sounds like my damn battery charger. I've got a charger that says, battery is fully charged. Battery is fully charged. Battery is fully charged. Battery is fully charged. Battery is 5 times. So when I'm at the flying field and she starts that, she'll say, battery is fully charged. And I look over and I said, I'm sorry, what'd you say? Battery is fully charged. Oh, is my battery fully charged? Battery is fully charged. Did you just tell me my battery's fully charged? Battery's... So I'm talking to the damn thing and everybody's laughing because I'm having a conversation with my battery charger because she has to say it 5 times. So that's pretty funny. Yeah, okay. Well, you're talking. The new stuff you're talking about, Marshall, is the Horus, and you're right. It's terrible, but you can still buy a Taranis Plus SE, which is not going to feel cheap. That's got the Halifax gimbals in it, and it's only $60 more than the original Taranis Plus, and you get so many features. The antenna's removable. The case is hydro dipped. The switches are new upgrade. The gimbals are the Halifax gimbals. The antenna's removable. It comes in a case, a nice soft reinforced case with gimbal protectors. You get all of that extra stuff for a mere $60. The gimbals alone are $42 if you just wanted to upgrade the gimbals, and you get it all for an extra $60, and it doesn't feel cheap at all. So if you get the opportunity to look at a Taranis Plus SE model, check it out. Very nice radio. I bought a second one, and it was the SE, because I had heard, not from a reliable source, but it scared me enough to pull the trigger, that they were either going to do away with the Taranis because the Horus sales were terrible, or they were going to raise the price of the Taranis a bunch because the Horus sales were terrible. So they were going to try to force you into the Horus by making the Taranis Plus either unavailable or less desirable. And when I heard that, I pulled the trigger and bought another one immediately. And I decided for the extra $60 it was worth it to get the SC model. So I have the standard Taranis Plus and the Taranis Plus SC. And those are the only 2 radios I'll ever need. I'll never have to buy another radio. It doesn't matter how much more advanced this stuff gets. I don't need more than these radios can do. And I doubt that I'll want more. I can tell you for sure I'm never going to want a radio that can go on the internet and order a Jimmy John's and watch Netflix. None of that at all impresses me. At all. Nothing. I mean, it has nothing to do with flying the airplane. I don't give a crap. This is not what I want it for. If I want to watch Netflix, I got this. I don't need my transmitter to do any of that. So all those cool features that they're coming out with are fine and dandy for someone that it means something to. And that's why they do this stuff, because everybody has different tastes. But for me, never going to want that stuff. Not interested. Doesn't do a damn thing for me. So my basic radio with basic receivers, it has telemetry. I'm not looking for self-stabilization in my receivers. I can put stabilization in anything I own for $11. This Thunder P1 gyro is $11, and it plugs into any receiver, and it's super easy to set the gains and set it up, and it's super wonderful. $11. So if I want a receiver that has a gyro, here it is. Just add that to what I already have. And it doesn't matter what brand it is, it'll work with anything. So that's my feeling on that. Uh-oh, what did I draw? What just fell? That can't be good. I'm sure it wasn't good. So, so that's why I bought my second Tyrannus. They scared me. Just a rumor mill. No reliable source, and it didn't happen anyway. They didn't raise the price. They did change it. It doesn't matter to me. I would buy it still. They put the wheel when they bought the radio from JR. It had a scroll wheel on it, like the Spectrum radio, and they took it off and put buttons on it, and now they put the wheel back on it. So now the radio's back to the way it was when JR had the radio. They took the buttons on the right side off and put the scroll wheel back on it. No, they didn't raise the price or change it. They just made it a little different. And they changed the colors it's available in. And they... that's about it. You know, they changed the color, put the scroll wheel back on it, and changed the firmware again. But none of that's a deal breaker. You know, I'd still buy the radio. But I'm glad I got the version I got. You know, I'm very happy with mine, and that's, you know. Yeah, GB, of course I'm still going. I'm the marathon man. There's still 12 people in the room. Well, I keep telling you guys, I'm not talking to myself. You know, we're still going because you're still here. You know, that's why we're still going. You guys make it sound like I'm here talking to myself. You know, I'm not shooting a video here. We're having a conversation in a live chat, and there's still 12 people in the room. So, yeah, we're still here. You know, it's not that I won't stop for anybody. If you guys say, hey, let's call it a night, okay, let's call it a night. I'm here for you. And since you guys are still here, so am I. You know. I love this. I mean, I literally love this, guys. This is just... I live for this. You know, this has been a big part of my life for 47 years. You know, and now that I can share it live on the internet is fantastic. You know. Yeah, this is fantastic. I love this. You can stream the whole Faux Fighter library on your iX20. Yeah, well, that's... Yeah, my Tyrannus won't do that. But like I said, that doesn't help me fly an airplane, so I don't want it. But yeah, you just proved my point. Yeah. Listen, as far as wow factor, cool factor, absolutely, thumbs up. Very cool, very wow. Do I want it? No. But cool, yes. Wow, yes. Do I want it? No. I want it to fly an airplane. That's all. Just fly. It's like, I want my phone to be a phone. I don't need it to be a tablet. I don't need to order Jimmy John's on my phone either, although it's cool that it can. But it has to be a phone first. Because I want to make phone calls. I want to receive phone calls. You know, that's what this has to do first. You know, if it doesn't do that, I don't need this. Okay? Because I have other things that'll do, you know, internet. You know, I have tablets, and I needed the phone to be a phone. And then when it wasn't a phone, I didn't want it. So... What do you do, Cub Crazy? That you work the night shift, 6 to 6, which I think it was GB that said that I were you the one that coined the dinner to breakfast show? Yeah, that's kind of my show. Yeah, the dinner to breakfast show. Yeah, glad to give you guys wrenches. No problem. Like I said, the first 1,000 get wrenches. After I hit the 1,000 mark, nobody's getting wrenches. I'm not going to take anybody's wrenches away unless you do something to piss me off. But that's all the wrenches that are going to get. My original core people are who I'm giving my wrenches to. So that later on, when I'm in a chat room, everybody that's blue is somebody that's been here, supporting me from the beginning. And that's how I'm going to be able to keep track for sure who's been with me and who hasn't. So the wrenches are going to stop once I hit 1,000. Listen, the wrenches were intended to be for me to give to one or two guys that were in the room every week to help monitor trolls that come in the room and start trouble, to get them out. While I'm hosting, I don't have time to watch the chat exactly. And there was one in the room the other night. I think it was either Ryan's show or wanting to buy some weed or something. It was so that one of the guys kicked him out of the room. It was that's what the wrenches are intended for, and also so that you guys can upload links. Because if you want to promote your own channel or a video or whatever, you guys can literally put a link on there and it'll be an active link. Whereas if you don't have the wrench, you can put it there, but it's not an active link. We'd have to cut and paste it. Yeah, but I'm giving the wrenches out because I want to know who my core people were. The people that have been stuck with me from the beginning. I'm hoping the show gets bigger. I'm hoping it, turns into something, I don't know, just substantial on YouTube. I don't want to be a primetime. Listen, this is never going to be my full-time job. That's not what I'm here for. But it's just fun to come in and talk. And when people, like when Ryan said the stuff about free wing and stuff, that's interesting stuff to me. That's cool. And this is how you find that out. You get into a chat room and chat about it. So, that's what I love about this. You're welcome, Tara. Pterodactyl, no problem. Thank you. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being here every week. And again, I'll say it again, guys. Listen, if you miss a show, you don't have to apologize. I get it. Life gets in the way sometimes. When you can make the show, I'm glad you're here. When you can't make the show, I know you're going to catch it on the rerun. I know you guys want to watch because you enjoy the show, and that's fine. But don't think for a minute that I'm going to be upset that you didn't make it in that night and you have to apologize for it. Believe me, I get it. Sometimes in the past, girls I've dated didn't get it. If I wasn't calling her every 15 minutes to tell her I loved her, she thought I was mad at her. My God, I have a life over here. You live on the other side of town, and I got to go to work. I got bills to pay. I got to cut grass. I got to cut trees down. I got 3 acres to take care of. I ain't got time to call you every 15 minutes to say I love you, And she just didn't get that. So, so don't think you guys have to apologize for missing the show. I love it when you're here. I miss you when you're not. But in no way am I ever going to be upset with you guys for not being here. Yeah, Ryan, we're still going. Yeah, now this is good for you. This is almost a record for you to stay in my show this late. And I appreciate you being here, Ryan. So, come again. You got kids too. I mean, if anybody, with the schedule you have, what you're doing, and have kids too, holy crap. You're a trooper, dude. You really are. I mean, that's a balancing act that not many guys can pull off. As hard as you work at this and have kids is amazing. So thanks for being here. I have absolutely the greatest respect for you, dude. I'm glad you're here. Thank you, Colin. I'm glad you enjoy my show. And I'm going to keep at it. It's like Ryan says, he looks forward to it all week long, and so do I. And that's why I was so excited Tuesday. Was it Tuesday? Let me think a second here. No, the plane came Wednesday. Oh, yeah, I went live Tuesday because I wanted to tell you about how the F4 Phantom flew. It wasn't for this. I did the video, the unboxing video last night, so that I could upload it today and get it up before my show tonight so that you guys could see the video before I had it sitting on the table and we could talk about it. So, but Tuesday night I went live because I was excited to tell you how great the F4 flew. I wanted to tell you that it worked great on the grass and everything. So that's why I went live Tuesday. I was excited to share my experience with not only the F-22 remaiden, but the maiden of the F4. So yeah, I think this plane's going to be very impressive. From what I've seen on the people that are flying it already, that have already flown it. Like I said, nobody's done a build video, an unboxing video, or a build video on this plane. So it's time somebody did that. That's why I'm going to do it. Rich Baker, RC Informer, did a wonderful unboxing and build video for the B-25 from LX Models. And that thing's that's a monstrosity. That plane, that thing's huge. I think it's a 7 or 8 foot wingspan. It's a big son of a bitch. It's a beautiful airplane. God, I want that thing so bad. I love B-25s. And the fact that one is Kermit Weeks' plane on top of it is just, but I just don't have $600 to buy, a foam airplane right now. So, what is that? FN animal comes to mind later. Good work, man. What animal? FN animal comes to mind. I don't know what that means. But have a good night, Ryan. Yeah, so anyway, I'm looking forward to doing the video on this, but I'm really looking forward to getting this thing together and flying it. So, yeah, I'm gonna spend most of tomorrow doing. I got to go to my new job and do some paperwork, but that's not gonna take long. And then the rest of the day is gonna be putting this baby together and documenting it. So, yeah, it'll be a good video, and I hope to have it up next week. If not tomorrow, I doubt it'll be tomorrow. I just don't think I'll have time to get the plane built and get the video edited and uploaded tomorrow. I think I can get it shot tomorrow and have the plane built tomorrow, but to have the video edited and uploaded is probably not going to happen tomorrow. But Monday or Tuesday, I should be able to have it up. because I'll be flying Saturday and Sunday, so it's not going up then. I'll be busy. Maybe flying this if I get it built tomorrow. So, Colin, you're going to have GB on your show tomorrow night? That'll be interesting. It's called this. I get these off of eBay for $11. It's called Thunder. Okay, that's the name of it, Thunder, and it's a P1 dash gyro is what it's called. I guess it's the part number or the model number or whatever. And it's just a brand name is Thunder. I don't know what else. If you do a search for Thunder P1 gyro, I'm sure it's going to come up. I've been buying these things for years. I haven't used them in a lot of airplanes, but anytime I have a plane, I'll tell you which plane it worked the best on for me. And I didn't use it for flying. I used it for ground control. The B, what is it? The BF-109 that I have, the FMS BF-109, you know, it's like a Spitfire. It has that, the gear goes up in the wing outward, not inward. So when it comes down, it's at the root of the fuselage, and it's very narrow, and it goes out, you know, at an angle, but it's a very narrow wheelbase. And the plane tries to ground loop terribly. I mean, terribly. It can be a real frustrating to get it in the air. So I thought, well, if I put the gyro in it, when it tries to yaw, if I turn the gain up enough, the gyro will catch it and correct. And that's what I did, and it worked perfect. You know, I just kept playing with the gain until I got it to stop trying to ground loop, and now the plane is so easy to get in the air, it's unbelievable. I don't think I have the ailerons or the elevator gains turned up at all. If I do, there's so little that they're hardly doing anything, because the plane didn't need that. It flies beautiful. But for the ground control, you know, just cranking up the rudder gain to stop the ground looping was fantastic. I mean, what a difference that made. Night and day. So that was one of the reasons I put a gyro in a plane. I had one of these in my Avanti briefly. I have a couple planes from Freewing that they're not using the best servos either. So the problem I'm having is the servos won't center. Okay? If I do a left roll, when it comes back to just before center. And if I go to a right roll, it does the same thing. It comes back, but it only comes back just before. So it's never hitting center. Okay? It comes almost to and almost to. And if I wiggle it one way or the other, it still doesn't center, but it'll end up one way or the other less. So it doesn't matter what I do or how much I trim the airplane. I'll come across the field and it'll just start doing a gentle roll to the left, or it'll do a roll to the right. You never know which way it's going to go. It depends on which way I went last with the stick. But I just can't get it to come across the field hands off perfectly level. It won't do it. And I have a couple of Freewing planes that do the same thing. And when you look at it, you can, I mean, like I'll move the rudder servo, for instance, and you'll see it. It'll be cocked slightly left, and then I'll move it the other way, and it'll be cocked slightly right. And I cannot get it to go to center. So the plane's always rolling. So I thought, well, if I put the gyro in it, maybe it'll counter to try to center it more. And it kind of worked. It seemed to be better, but still not solved. I mean, and then I realized there's no way to solve it unless I just put a better servo in it. I'd have to buy a better brand, more quality servo, and, you know, then it would center. So, Yeah, Colin, I'm right there. Yep, I'm 20 people away. So if you got 20 buddies that you can just send them to my channel to subscribe. They don't have to hit the bell. If they don't want to hear from me, just tell them to subscribe. That'd be good enough. I thank you very much. Yeah, if they don't want to really hear what I have to say, just tell them not to hit the bell. You know, they don't have to hear a damn thing. They'll never hear anything from me if they don't hit the bell. But they can subscribe and I get the count, you know. Yeah, we're getting really close. I'm gonna... Yeah, and I've been trying everything in the book to try to get, you know, I put up a video on Facebook. I've been subscribing to a lot of Facebook pages so that they'll subscribe to my page, and hopefully they'll see the video and then come to my YouTube channel and subscribe to that. And it's worked. I mean, a lot of people have, but it's just not working as well as I thought. You know, I'm probably getting 1 in 20. For every 20 people I, you know, subscribe to their channel, I get one back. And you know, the return is not that great. So yeah, and I'll be honest, I've been in everybody's show, you know, and you know, when I'm in the show, and if I see a name in there I don't recognize, I click on it, go to their channel, and if I haven't subscribed, I subscribe. You know, just trying to get more people to come check out my show. I think once you know, I think once I get a big enough audience that they're, you know, spreading it around, I think it'll pick up faster and it'll grow quicker. But right now it seems like I have the same, and I'm not complaining, don't, you know, but it seems like I have the same, you know, 20, 30 guys in the room, and not too, and I got 2 new ones tonight, and that was cool. Glad they came. And that's fine. I mean, I would be happy if I got 2 new people every Thursday night. You know, I mean, it would only take a couple of weeks to get my 20 people. You know, it's not, you know, you know, it's just a matter of you know, getting out there like Ryan's been doing social media wise. You know, he's been hitting everything. You know, TikTok and whatever that is. I don't even know what TikTok is. I just know him and Photon are on it. It's some chat thing, I guess. I don't know. I don't know the first thing about it. But yeah, he's on everything. You know, I got a YouTube, not a YouTube. I got a Instagram account, just so I could subscribe to Ryan's show. You know, Pilot Ryan Media. So I didn't have an Instagram until about maybe a month ago, and the only person I'm subscribed to is Ryan right now. I don't even know who to subscribe to or why. I mean, I just did it so that I could send him direct messages about whatever. And I haven't subscribed to anything else. I'm not on what's that other Twitter. I don't Twitter. I don't Skype. I don't yeah, I don't do any of that stuff. You know, I barely do Facebook. I mean, you know, I have Facebook pages, but I'm rarely on them. My Facebook is Hangar 51. You know, exactly the same as it is here. My Instagram, my YouTube, and my Facebook page are exactly the same thing. Hangar 51. There's no special hyphen, or they're all exactly the same. You know, just spell it out. Hangar 51. They're all the same. You know, I did that on purpose. When I set these accounts up, originally it was the Facebook page was giving me a hard time because it didn't want to give me Hangar 51 because it wasn't a name the way I was trying to do it. But I literally had to make Hangar the first name and 51 the last name to get it to work. And, you know, but I wanted it to be just one thing to remember. Hanger 51, and it works everywhere you go. If I get a Twitter, it'll be Hanger 51. If I get a TikTok, it'll be Hanger 51. It won't be some other derivative of it. If I can't have exactly what I have, Hanger 51, I won't get it. Because I don't want it to be. Well, his YouTube channel is Hanger 51, but I think his Twitter account is Area 51. Or, I don't want it to come to one of those. I mean, it's all or nothing. So everything's Hanger 51, or it's not me. And that's just the way I wanted it to be. I don't want it to be confusing. I don't want it to be, complicated to remember. Just Hanger 51. Simple as that. Well, right. I mean, my Hanger 51 page. This is how hard I've been working at that. This is hilarious. My Hanger 51 page went from like 51 subscribers to 2,500 subscribers in a week, because I literally just went on. They send you suggestions. You may be interested in or what, and I'm just sitting on my phone. Like at lunchtime or whatever, click, 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 click. Just either requesting or confirming. Click, 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 click. So yeah, it literally went from like 56 people to 2,500, in a week. Because I just click, 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 and then and then I put a video up on YouTube or on Facebook, my introductory video, telling them who I am, how long I've been doing this, and I have a live show every Thursday night. Come check it out. Hoping that some of them would come check it out and maybe subscribe. And maybe some of them have, because I've gotten some new subscribers. A couple. Well, more tonight, because I think I got 8 more tonight, because all you guys that have dual channels went to your other, dual channels. They went to your other channel and then subscribed again. So, thank you. It was interesting to find out that all of you were using your troll channel in my show. I just thought that was funny. But yeah, that's how that went in, So I was hoping some of them would, find the video and then come over and check out, my introductory video or one of my videos, and then, come to the show on Thursday night and then subscribe. And like I said, maybe a couple did, because I did pick up a couple, but I was kind of hoping for a little more response than that. But it is what it is. It's not a big deal. I'm not losing sleep over it. I just, the first thing I'm going to do when I hit the 1,000 is contact YouTube again and tell them, please take these 2 channels down. They're stealing my videos. Yeah, Mark Z, still here, still going. It's only 2 o'clock. It's early. Oh, cool. All right, I'll log in Instagram to get that, Colin. That's cool. Yeah, I don't even have Instagram like loaded, because Ryan's the only one on it, I think. It's not that I don't like social media. It has a purpose for me. I got on Facebook just to reconnect with people from school. I graduated high school in '79, and a lot of these people I haven't seen since then. So I wanted to reconnect with them, and it worked perfect for that. I reconnected with a lot of old friends, and it was fine. And that's all I ever used it for. Never did anything with it. Never posted anything on it. And like I said, if I went on it twice a year, that was a lot. Just never went on it. And then lately, I still hardly ever go on it. But there's more activity on it now because of the YouTube channel. So I get a lot of notifications now. somebody sent me a friend request or something, and so it's a lot more active because I've been more active on it. But I'm still not going to tell you that, hey, I'm going out to dinner tonight to, I'm not going to ever tell my life story on social media, ever. You don't need to know that I just had a bowel movement, When I read people putting up there, I just took the biggest shit, and I'm like, really? Do you think we all wanted to know that? Yeah. So, yeah, it's not me. I'm not going to be doing that. But yeah, it's, for reconnecting with people, absolutely pretty cool. And now connecting with you guys, where you can get in touch with me, which, some of my shows I've given out my phone number. If you go back and watch those, if you don't have my phone number, it's easy enough to find. So yeah. What is that? Merry Christmas, shitters full. Oh, you guys are so funny. Oh, that's hilarious. John never made it to the room tonight, did he? John Hill. Yeah, I don't think he ever made it in here tonight. He had a question about... God, what is this? I think it was about this airplane, but I don't remember now. But yeah, he had a question about something. Oh, no, it was about the radio. I think it was about the Tyrannus. I don't know, I don't remember. It was one of the comments that was in the feed. I got 16 comments on the video within an hour of putting it up. You guys were, giving me the thumbs up. Great job, and again, thank you for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, it was, I wanted to get it, so I uploaded it this morning. I edited it last night, and then it was going to take, I think, an hour and 20 minutes to compact it or whatever it does to it before I can upload it. And then I started the upload when I went to work at 7. And it was going to take 2 hours and 51 minutes to upload. So I knew when I got home from work that it would be ready to just go live or publish it. I knew I'd just be able to hit the publish button and publish it. So I got home about 6, right around 6, I guess. Hit publish, and within an hour, I had 16 comments from you guys. Great video. God, that's a big bird. And I just wanted to get it up there so that as many people could see it as possible before they came to the show tonight, so that we could talk about it. And you'd already had seen the video, so you would know, a bunch of stuff already about it, and so that was the purpose of that. And I'll probably do something similar on the build video. But yeah, it's a cool airplane, no doubt about it. I love this thing, and the way they did the eye and the mouth is my favorite way it's done. I mean, there's a lot of versions of how they do that, and this is the one I love. That's one of the biggest reasons I wanted this airplane, is because they finally did the mouth and eye right. It drives me nuts when they've got, there's other versions of the plane, and some of them, the exhaust stacks are way back farther, and then they move the eye way back. Instead of leaving the eye right up front where it looks best, they move the eye back, and then the eyeball don't look, and then there's different versions of the eye also. where the point is backwards. Sometimes it's forward. I think it's forward on this one. You know, down pointed forward. Sometimes it's down backward, and you know, it just makes the whole look of it different every time they change it around. And this is my favorite. I love this exact way they did it. So that was a huge plus for buying this airplane, is just because they got the face right. You know, the mouth and the eye was right. So, to be honest, I'm not crazy about the color green they used, but I'll tell you, in person it looks a lot better than it does on video. You know, this doesn't look bad at all. I can definitely live with this color. But when I looked at it online, the color looked off, and I wasn't crazy about the color. But in person, I'm fine with it. It looks good. So, thank you, man. Thank you, RC Flyer. Yeah, I think I subscribed to your channel, RC Flyer, didn't I? Pretty sure I did. I know a couple of the channels I subscribed to didn't have any content yet. And that's fine, you know. Not everybody can shoot videos. It's not as easy as it looks. And I know a lot of you guys know that. It's, you know, it's different. You know, you know, that's why everybody isn't a stand-up comic. If it was easy, everybody would do it, right? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I've been doing it for 6 years, but not live. You know, we're doing videos, you know, repair videos and, you know, Tyrannus helpful hint videos and stuff like that. And I don't know. I was on a couple of news shows, and you know, they asked me to do an interview, and we did them in one take both times. You know, because I'm just comfortable in front of the camera. You know, so we shot these two interviews once and done, and yep, Keith, we're still going strong. How you doing? Another marathon? No, not really. We're what are we, 5 hours in? It's, you know, it's not going to be a marathon until we hit 6 or 7. But again, there's still 12 people in the room. I'm not talking to myself. You know, we're going like this because you guys are here. You know, I love it. Everybody keeps making it like I'm the one. I'm not the one. You guys are running the show. You're here. You know? If you all went home or went to sleep or whatever, I'd close the show. But, you know, you guys are all here. So, yeah. So am I. You know. I don't have anything else to do. You know, I can sleep when I'm dead. You know? But, you know, it's fun to talk about airplanes. You're already subbed, huh? Okay. I just got a notification, so I don't know what that was. It was a different sound. So let's see what that was. So I got Colin, I got your Facebook request. So confirm. So, and then now I have all of these add friend, you know, people you may know. So this is how I got all my number from 56 to 2500. I go click, 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 rapid fire, click, 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 click. I don't look at their names. I don't care. Just click, 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 click. You know, they're all airplane related somehow. Everybody's an airplane guy here. So, you know, I'm a Hangar 51. So, you know, so I just confirm or request, and and let it go. So, anyway, after Christmas, I have a camera person taking some plane on holiday, and my daughter will be flying. Oh, filming. Oh, cool. So you're going to have your daughter filming. Yeah, see, that's what I don't have. I don't have anybody that can film. I wish I had... I wish I had a best buddy that would fly with me on a regular basis. That I could take out, like Pilot Ryan had Mike, and now he's got, Bobby. That we could take turns filming and flying, and it'd be wonderful. But I'm a total one-man show. I do it all myself. I got to do my own filming, and I put a camera on the plane, I put one on my head, and then I do some trickery in the editing department and come up with some decent videos. And it's it's a lot of work. Any of you guys that have put a video together, especially one with like my Avanti video with the 7 camera views and the music, that was a nightmare because it was 76 minutes of video shot in 5 camera angles, right? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. 5 camera angles, 76 minutes of footage to edit into 1 4-minute flight and with music. That was a lot of work to get it, and I tried to get it, and I made one mistake in it. I doubt anybody noticed it, but I noticed it. But it was one continuous flight. I tried to make it look like one continuous flight. In other words, I took the footage from the 5 different camera views, and if I was flying across the field that way, I grabbed footage from each camera going that way. So one pass I would have the camera on the belly, the other pass the camera was facing backwards, the other one the camera was facing forward on the side, the other one was the camera was on the top of the canopy, but I always tried to make sure that the position of the filming at that moment was in sequence with where the plane should be in the flight. So it looked like one continuous flight with 5 cameras on it at the same time, and it just kept changing camera angle, which in fact it was, I think, 7 flights, 5 camera angles, plus the camera on my head, all edited into a single 4-minute video that I added music to. So that was a editing nightmare. Well, let's not call it a nightmare. I enjoyed doing it, but it was a lot of work. It was a lot of editing to make that happen. But, I'm very proud of that video. I think it came out really good. I think it's cool. I like the music I picked. It was pretty cool. The views haven't been great. Not like my 7-minute flight on the 3300 battery video. Christ, that thing went nuts. I think it's over 20,000 views now, I think. Or close to it. That video just took off. Anybody that wanted an Avanti looked at that video, and then after watching what they could do with a 3300 30C battery, they pulled the trigger. I'm sure they did. Why would you not? Once you see a guy fly an unedited video, see the plane flying at 70 miles an hour for 7 minutes, on a battery that's not even, anywhere close to rated for a jet, just goes to show you how great that airplane is and how, I don't want to say fuel efficient, but let's use a different term. you know, uh, battery conservative. I don't know. You know, that you can fly it like that. It was amazing. And I got so many comments to that exact. Oh, that's exactly how I fly. I'm so glad you made this video. You know, it's because that's how I fly, and that just made me. You know, I was on the fence whether I was going to buy it, but now I'm definitely buying it. You know, a lot of it. You know, a lot of comments like that. You know, and then, like I said, the 6 people at the flying field I fly at bought the plane. As soon as they saw that landing gear and watched it fly, they were all on their phones right then, ordering Motion RC. So anyway, all right, what else are we going to talk about, guys? I've been rambling for a while. What do you guys have? Did anybody buy any cool stuff on any of this? You know, the 12 days of Tower Hobbies is still going on. I saw a couple of deals in there that were tempting. I'm trying to think which ones at the moment, but that little quad's kind of tempting. The $50 off on the Cessnas, you know, they've already done $100 off. So if it was $100 off again, I'd buy it. You know, because I want a second one. I love that thing so much. I want another one. So yeah, I'm you know, next time it's on a real sale, I'm definitely gonna buy it. I noticed, you know, today that all the deals at Banana Hobbies finally went off today. Yesterday you could still get this plane for $420. Now it's back up to $469. It was higher than that, so it's still better than it was. It was right at $499, $489, $499. Free shipping though. And then General Hobbies, same plane. They had the exact same plane, but they want $491 plus shipping, which is way out of the ball game for me. That's not even close. But yeah, this one at $420 free shipping was, you know, that's why I bought it. So, now there's something on the back of this. I know. I still don't know what the hell this is for. There's two. They look like fishing wire. You know what those might be? I'll bet that's what they are. I don't know what the hell that is in here. There's something in here. It's got to be the tail. Yeah, it's got to be the tail wheel retract. That's what it is. There's two, like, I think they're steel cables, but super fine. They're like fishing leader, very, very small, thin. I think this uses the pull on the rudder. You know, so you got two taut strings going from the arms on the servo to the arms of the rudder. There's one on each side. So it's pull to make the rudder work. So I think that's what those are for. I don't know how the elevator operates, because unless there's a servo in here already. Oh, you know what? I think there is. I didn't notice that. Yeah, there's two servos in the elevator, so that explains that. So the elevator is definitely, you know, dual servo. The rudder's got to be the pull system, which is something that I'm not a big fan of, but it's the rudder, so I'm not too concerned about it either. It'll work. You know, it's functional. It'll work. It might be tough to get the tension right. I don't know what I'm going to have to do that. I better read the directions. But, yeah, that was... Now, the A1 Sky Raider, when I bought that years ago, better quality than this. The foam's nicer, real EPO, squishy type foam, but dense. Beautiful stuff. And originally they had the tail wheel was the pull system, just like this one, and some other stuff. And over the years, they had kept fixing these things. So they put a regular retractable tail wheel with a tiller arm on it that's adjustable. And they fixed a few things over the years. So by the time I finally pulled the trigger and bought one, everything had been fixed, and it was very cool. This one, they're still using the pull on the rudder, which I don't know. To be honest, I've never had one. None of my other planes have the pull system, so we'll see. When I get it together, we'll see how it is. I really don't know how that's going to be, but we're going to find out. It'll be interesting. It's not my first choice for sure, but I don't know. We'll see. We'll see how it works. The tail wheel on the A1 Sky Raider was the pull originally, but by the time I bought mine, they had completely changed it to the standard tiller arm. When it retracts, the tiller arm folds, so now it just slides on that post instead of binding up, and works fine. And they finally upgraded to that instead of leaving it that stupid pull that didn't seem to work very well. Obviously, or they wouldn't have changed it. And so there's some similar technology used in the LX models and the HSD models, but it's not a deal breaker. I'm okay with it. I love this thing. I can't wait to turn the lights on. That's the one thing I really want to see, are the lights. So what do you got, Decker? I currently have 5. What does that say? Shenandoah frames? What's a Shenandoah? Is that what am I saying that right? That need components. Okay, I'm not sure what that is. What is that, Decker? Is that a drone? Is it a quadcopter? Is it a, what is it? I'm not following exactly. Not familiar with that term. Oh, there you go, Colin. Is that coming from your sponsor company, the Zero? I have the FMS Zero, the 1400. Nice airplane. The details good. It flies good. I like the color scheme on it. Yeah, it's a good airplane. I really like it. Now these warbirds that you're getting, Colin, are they 3D planes that just look like warbirds? Do you fly them like that, or do you try to fly them like scale when you fly those and you ring out the 3D planes? How do you fly them? The warbirds. Oh, okay. I hadn't heard of it, Decker, but the yeah, it's kind of what I figured. It was a racing quad. When you said you had, you know, 4 frames that needed components, I guessed that it was a racing quad. So that's cool. What size is your Great Plains 0? What's the wingspan on that baby? I don't even know what the wingspan is on my top flip plane. It's a big son of it. It's way bigger than this. Holy shit. I don't know how big it is. You know, it's a balsa. It's all balsa, monocoated. You know, it's a ARF, almost ready to fly. No motor, no radio, no speed control, no servos, nothing. Just the frame, balsa frame. I don't think it even has retracts. I'm pretty sure it doesn't. I think it had fixed gear if you wanted to put them in it. But I don't think it's cool, Colin. Yeah, see, people love watching me fly, you know, because I fly so scale. You know, I can hear them talking behind me. You know, I love watching this guy fly, or you know, they're telling the guy, "Oh, watch this guy fly. God, this guy's good." And you know, I love hearing that, and I fly that way on purpose. It's a lot harder than it looks. You know, when you tell people you're just going to fly it around scale, they're like, "Yeah, okay, well that's not very hard." Yeah, it's very hard. You know, to make it look like a real airplane is very hard. You know, just flying down the runway and keep it on heading, on altitude, on heading, all the way down. Make your left and then a right back around, and then go this way and then make a right and a left back around, and try to do that consistently back and forth. That's one of the techniques I use when I'm training people to fly, for them to practice, you know, to try to get their skills up, because when they put it up in the sky at 200 feet and they're just willy-nilly flying around, they ain't learn a damn thing. You're not learning any muscle memory, you're not learning, you're just, you know, you're really just wasting battery and time. You're not learning anything. You know, and they're not practicing landings, so their landings suck every time because, you know, they don't learn anything while they're flying as far as muscle memory and, you know, reverse controls when it's coming at you and all that. And they're just flying around, and then when it's time to land, you know, they can't even hit the runway. You know, so yeah, I always teach them to fly the runway. You know, I don't care what altitude you're at. The goal is to get as low as possible, but you do that as you feel compelled to go lower. And when you're comfortable and you want to go a little lower, that's when you go lower. Now, I'm not pushing the low, but I want you to fly the runway. I want you to go all the way down and do your turns and come all the way back and do your turns. I don't ever want you to cross the runway to the pit side. Stay on the runway. Stay on course. Keep it on course all the way down, all the way back. And then when they go to land, it's amazing how they got lined up right on the runway. So, gee, I wonder why you can do that. $56.5. Huh. That's interesting. That's a Great Plains plane, and it's only 56.5. I'm pretty sure if it's Great Plains, it's all built up, right? It's a balsa plane. It's not... I know it's not foam. I don't think even any of it's fiberglass. I think the whole thing's wood, isn't it? Yeah, William, I'm thinking the same thing. You know, there's no pilot in them. We're kind of surprised it didn't come with a pilot. But yeah, The only problem with the FPV camera in this one is because of how thick the frame is on the window. I don't know if you guys caught this, but you know, look at these window spars here. You know, you put a tiny little camera in there, and these things are going to look like, you know, 4x4s, you know, to the camera. And I don't think you're going to get a very good picture. Now, if I put the camera right up against the window here, shooting out, so that you don't see any of this, that would work okay. You know, maybe in the front all the way up. But if it's set back so you can see this cage, man, you ain't going to see nothing. The cage is going to block the whole view. Just because the camera's too small. At least that's my thought on it. I don't think that's a good plan. Alright, well, it's 2:30 and I'm getting tired tonight. It's too much. I worked all day today. Building shelves and putting up bin boxes, and I'm getting tired for a change. So I'm going to call it. I'm gonna shut this down. I want to get some sleep so I have all day to build my plane. But thanks everybody for coming. Appreciate it a lot, really. I can't tell you how much I love this. Looking forward to getting this thing built and flying. Get the videos up. So stay tuned for that. Keep your eyes open for that. And I'm probably going to do another stream before next Thursday. Because I just love doing it. So, but now there's got, you know, Blitzo's doing one on Tuesday night. Yeah. And Colin, you're doing one tomorrow night. Right? Early, before Dave's. Somebody's doing one on Monday night. Who's doing Monday? Crap. Who was doing the Monday night show? Somebody's doing a show on I think we have every day of the week covered now. You know, so it's going to be hard for me to find find a niche to do an extra show other than Thursday night, because they're all taken now. So, but we'll see. You know, I'm the guy when one of these guys fail and can't do their show, I'll be the stand-in guy. You know, I'll make sure everybody has my number. They can, hey, I can't go on tonight. I've got to go do something with my kids or whatever. Yeah, okay. It'll be Hangar 51. We'll be doing the show. So anyway, guys. All right, we're gonna catch you a little later. Thanks again for coming. Appreciate it. Love you guys. And we're gonna have some fun with this. I think, you know, you guys are showing a lot of interest in it, and I'm glad for that. It's definitely been one of my favorites for a long time, and a few of you guys have commented that it was yours too. So I think together we'll all live carelessly through my build video and see what we come up with. But for now, I'm going to call it a night. So talk to you guys later. You guys have already liked and subscribed, so I don't even need to tell you that again. And we'll catch y'all later. So have a good night.